It's quite easy if someone shows you imagery, claimed to be taken from outer space of the Earth with surface curvature, and we go and measure and test the surface of the Earth, we don't detect any curvature or measure any curvature. It's quite easy to deny it.
Okay, here's the video.
Hello.
It's Mark Rober.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, you can. Okay. All right. For the SpaceX guy, right? So I just looked up a SpaceX video on YouTube.
Okay. I have
Okay,
provided a
so-
video if you want to.
Right. So can you hear me talking?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So just listen for a second. Thank you for the video. I'll check it in a second. Okay. So I just looked up this SpaceX video. Okay. So have a look at this first image. I just took 2 screenshots from it. Okay. So see the curvature of the Earth here on the right image.
Yes.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Right.
I'm
So
listening.
look at the height, right? So 109 kilometers. Okay. Firstly, right, you wouldn't see that much curvature at 109 kilometers. Secondly, let's have a look at the footage a bit further in the video. Okay. So a little bit further in the video, here's another screenshot. Okay. So now we're at 139 kilometers, and that curvature has completely disappeared and changed. Right? So obviously, without a doubt, whatever this footage is using a wide angle lens, like a fisheye lens. Right? So we know that fisheye lenses distort lines, okay? And depending on what type of lens it is, okay? Like, I mean, basically, as the horizon moves below or above or left and right of the midpoint of the frame, it's going to warp, right? It's going to get convex, concave, flat, all sorts of different things as it moves around. If the footage is legitimate at all, right? You just have to believe it, right? You can't really go and verify it. You just have, people can easily fake this type of footage. This type of footage, if someone did want to fake it, it would be so easy to do. We have amazing CGI these days. This is nothing. This is something like a high school kid could make this, or I could fake this myself easily. So just because they're telling you that it's live, right? Also, they if it is legitimate, they're just using a fisheye lens anyway.
Yeah, and to add to DJ's point, I just watched the video that you sent, whatever your name was, Meko, by Mark Rober. I tried building my own space satellite. All right, it's a 25-minute video, and he essentially tells you everything you need to do to launch it, right? But he never actually launches it, right? And I skipped through the whole thing to try and find like where he's going to actually do this and where the film is, and there's none. And the only thing he's inserting is like
the next video.
Next video. Okay, you should have posted that.
Yeah, that is
half of the things he said. It's all CGI, and sorry, not CGI. It's all cartoons. All right. So I'll watch the next video. I just want to say like everything in this video is cartoons, but I'll watch the next one.
Okay. Just to maybe respond to my friend, the anti-globalist. Yeah, I don't believe all of the videos. For example, the image you gave me, yeah, I could sense there is some modification, especially when there are human being in the missile. For example, the last NASA launch, they said they sent some astronauts to the moon. It's not the moon. It's not. Honestly, it's not believable. But I'm speaking about launching satellites, launching something like does not have a human being. So
yeah, these are the same companies, though, right? SpaceX and NASA, which is essentially the same company in a sense, because SpaceX said that they wouldn't be able to do anything that they do without all of the funding that they get from NASA, billions and billions of dollars. People already don't trust NASA, so it's kind of like SpaceX is kind of the new NASA in a way. But when it comes to the footage, right, they can easily fake that footage. I think that there's a huge fraud going on personally when it comes to satellite launches. People aren't allowed to launch their own satellites without handing it over to one of these giant space companies to hitch a ride on their rocket. And I don't trust them because they've provably faked a lot of footage in the past.
Mecca. Like, I just went to 5 minutes and 30 seconds of your video, and come on, man, that's super CGI, and everyone's like, "Oh my goodness, we touched down on Mars!" Like, it's worse than movie CGI. Like, lower budget movies have better, CGI than that. And then look, they say touchdown confirmed, and then everyone in the NASA room is going crazy off of a shitty CGI video. So I'll watch the rest of it, but that's not a very good start.
Yeah. So, look, at the end of the day, all of the footage that you get from these so-called space agencies allegedly from space, it's all faith-based, right? You can't ever go and validate any of it empirically. You're just left to whether you want to trust them or not. I think they've already proven to be untrustworthy. And also, where they're claiming they are violates natural laws. But that's a whole nother argument. Now, what we can do is test the surface of the Earth, test the surface of water to see if it's curving. This has been done thousands of times now, with the results 100% of the time showing that there's no curvature, no drop over distance. There are 0 tests that show that there is curvature.
Honestly, I cannot answer or deny it. So
you'd have to look. You'd have to look at the footage. Yeah, analyze it, go over it, and then if you wanted to, you could actually not trust it and just go out and repeat it yourself using various methods, lasers, high-powered cameras, even just using a mirror flash over a 10-mile body of water, for example, flashing a mirror into a target 10 miles away from just above the surface of the water, because that light needs a straight line of sight to hit the target. So you just need to get a mirror, which is very cheap, right? And reflect the sunlight across the body of water and hit a target, right? Have a friend over there until he can get that mirror flash right into his eyes or right into a camera sensor. And then you can film it. You can say, look, that mirror, that light that was reflecting off the mirror, right? It's a targeted, point of light. When you use a mirror and try to shine it into someone's eyes or something like that, it has to be a direct line of sight. Or a high-powered camera can zoom in across a 10 or a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature. Or you could get a high-powered laser beam and shoot it across the surface of the water, like this, to a target over on the other side. And then you could calculate how much curvature there should be there. Anyway, Mako, you seem like a cool guy. Appreciate the good faith conversation.
Thank you, and I appreciate your knowledge. Thank you.
Have you seen? Yeah, I want to show you some funny footage. Just grab it quickly. Right, so this footage that I'm about to post, this is from Apollo 16, from the moon landing. I don't know if you believe in the moon landing or not, but here's some.
Honestly, still not.
Yeah. Right, so if these people are lying about going to the moon, right, they're the main people funding SpaceX, that kind of thing. You know, it's not unreasonable to question them or just not to trust them, you know, blindly. Like, have a look at this footage, for example. This footage is, it's kind of funny, in my opinion. This is meant to be the redocking the lunar module in Apollo 16.
So I would say this guy is like a regular guy, but he's not really. He's like the Mr. Beast of technology world. So yeah, that doesn't spell compromise. I don't know what does. But I won't go too far into Conspiracyville.
You mean Elon?
No, Mark Rober.
Oh, Mark Rober, yeah, sure.
He's got 80 million subscribers on YouTube.
Shit, that's a lot.
Yeah. But yeah, this video I watched, it's got a couple of quote unquote real looking moments, but I don't know, the most of it looks pretty crappy to me, in my opinion. Meko, if there's anything specifically in the video that you're like, oh, this must be real, this must be space, this must be, you know, Earth curve, then you're more than welcome to point it out.
Honestly, I don't have. I just want to explain that SpaceX is just it's just a service provider for launching satellites. So I remembered him as one of the clients. Okay. About the curving, etc., and about the footage given to me by anti-globalist, I think is right. Mostly a CGI or something like that. It's not locked to me real. Yeah. Especially footage of the 80s are mostly and about moon landing. Yeah, I still do not believe it because if America was capable of sending a human being to maybe the moon in the 80s, why not, for example, in 2026 or yeah, in 2000s? So there are some. Okay, thank you guys. It was nice to talk to you. It's time to go to sleep for me. It's already midnight here, so have a good night.
Yeah, you too, man. Just a second before you go.
Okay.
Right, one more video, one more little funny video in the side chat. Right, so this is a comparison of a 1950s science fiction movie next to SpaceX footage. Kind of funny. Anyway, I'll let you head off to bed.
Okay. Let me give you maybe. It's not. It's like an idea. I believe in it. Like human being in general. Like if he imagine things, he will get there. He will, and this is proven f- for years now. Like let's take an example. In the maybe in the 90s, they weren't maybe capable. Let's say before maybe the planes, they dreamed about flying, and the planes come. They dreams about maybe mobile, and we have mobile. They dreams about a folding phone, and we get it. They dream about a screen fold. We get so it's. I believe in this theory. So I believe that some films will be will be realized at some moment, like those films of robotics. I still believe in them because of this idea. So I think from your footage, it looked like to you as, but maybe Elon Musk inspiration was uh, this film. Who never, who knows? But I believe SpaceX is doing great by what it is doing right now. And as I said, time for me. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, man.
Guys. Anybody here? Hello?
Hey.
I have a question.
Go
Uh, so why do governments and scientists lie to us if it is true that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I don't think that they are lying about it. I think they generally believe that it's a globe because that's what they were taught. And they've probably never tested the Earth. They just assumed that what they were taught at university was correct. Right? They've probably been taught it's a globe since they were a small child. Never questioned it.
Even the people that are working at NASA?
Yeah, absolutely. The people that are working at NASA, right? NASA lying about going to the moon, right? That doesn't mean that those people that were being deceptive about going to the moon think that the Earth's flat or know that the Earth's flat. If they're not going up there, right? They don't know that the Earth, they just probably also believe that the Earth's a globe, right? Most of the people, what's that?
They have much more funding than everybody here combined. They must know much more than we do.
Well, maybe, right? But we can't give you a list of names of anyone that we know is lying about flat Earth. I think the vast majority of people are probably genuinely believing it's a globe. And, that means that they're not lying, right? They're giving misinformation, but they believe it. So that's not really lying. Maybe some people know, right? And they're being deceptive, but we don't know who that would be. And it's more logical, right, to think that they just genuinely believe it's a globe.
How about
Even most people at NASA, right, probably think that NASA went to the moon and that kind of thing as well. It's not like they get a job at NASA and then they get taken into a room and get a briefing. It's like, hey guys, we faked the moon landings and sign this form that you're not going to tell anyone or something, right? It's probably a very small amount of people that actually know, that actually have the details on how they faked it.
I think that would be a bit difficult because there are thousands of engineers that make those rockets, build those rockets, those that calculate the trajectories, the program these trajectories into the rocket's computer. They should know where they're going.
Right, but it's people that have specific jobs to do on a need-to-know basis. Right, you need to remember that all of that money that they're scamming off the taxpayers, billions and billions and billions of dollars. They still get $70 million a day. Okay, that money, right? The small amount of money they have to pay those engineers on a broad scale. They're giving people jobs to do on a need-to-know basis, right? An engineer probably doesn't know what the engineer in the room next to him's doing. Right? They all have non-disclosure agreements. It's kind of like the military, right? How only the people at the top know exactly what's going on with the mission. Everyone else just has jobs to do. It's all about compliance and following orders and sticking to your contracts. And part of your contract is the NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
This isn't the Manhattan Project either. I mean, an electrical engineer should know what the fuel guy is doing, and the fuel guy must know what the engine guy is doing.
Right. In that sense, yeah.
But,
right.
Yeah.
So even if they're working with each other to a certain extent, right, they probably don't know all of the specific details. Right, but that doesn't mean that they're lying about flat Earth, right? None of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? All of those people probably believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what they got taught. They've probably never tested the Earth or anything like that. They just assume it's a globe.
So, how about the people that know but they're they know but they're lying? What do they have to gain from that?
Well, who would that be?
The people that publish these images of the Earth seen from the moon, the Earth seen from the International Space Station, or the probes going to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Those images, the people that publish those images from NASA, they must know, right?
That would be independent. I mean, the Earth, let's just say from the Earth is a globe. You could still fake all that. Because if you wanted to convince a population that you're doing something that they can't do, right, you're going to show them what they expect to see, what would be convincing. You wouldn't pretend to do something they can't do and then show them something fully paradigm shifting and worldview changing. Would you? You'd tell them and show them exactly what they expect.
I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. Why would I lie to to civilians, to citizens of a country? Why would I do that?
Why would the government lie?
What?
Do you think,
Yeah.
hold on, here's a question, right? Do you think governments lie?
Yes, they do all the time.
Why?
But
Why?
What do we have?
Why? Why do they lie?
Most of the time, they lie because they don't want you to. I mean, to protect government secrets.
All sorts of reasons, right? Money, control, power, national security, all sorts of different reasons, right? Sometimes it's just nefarious, right? Like Operation Northwoods and things like that, right? Where they had a plan to bomb a jet, right, and blame it on another country. All sorts of different things, right? Yeah, the government's not trustworthy, right? NASA's even classified now as a intelligence agency as well, officially.
Yeah, I do get that, but what I don't understand is, well, let's tell the people that the Earth is flat. So what's going to change? Nothing.
You think nothing's going to change, right? People already don't trust the government. What do you think's going to happen if they tell you that they've been lying about outer space, lying about the globe? Have to rewrite the entire education system, fire every space scientist that exists, right? All of the history books would have to be rewritten. It would be a huge, huge ordeal, right? It would be crazy if you really sit down and think about it. The repercussions of that.
Yeah.
It would be pretty crazy.
When did you realize, or when did you discover that the Earth was flat? Because I assume that you went to school.
Yeah,
when
of
did
course.
when did you realize?
Well after school. So yeah, I heard about it first in 2017, and then I spent, about a year looking into it, researching more about the globe. I realized how little I actually knew about this technical information about the globe. So I spent a lot of time learning about the globe and trying to debunk flat Earth because I thought it was stupid. And the more I looked into it, the more the flat Earth arguments made sense. And the observations that the flat earthers were sharing were very intriguing. So I ended up deciding to go out and validate those observations myself by repeating them. And I went and did a whole series of tests myself. And the test that I did confirmed that there's no curvature over the surface of water. And since then, I've done so much research. And the more I look into it, the less evidence I find for the globe, and the more evidence we find for the Earth being a flat plane of some kind, right? I'm not claiming I know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth, but the measurements, the empirical evidence shows that the surface of water over large distances doesn't curve.
Wait, so the opposite of curve is flat, sir. So you are claiming that the shape of the Earth is flat.
No, flat's not a shape, Robert.
I understand. I'm just telling you that the opposite of curve is flat. So you are determining that
curve's
the Earth
not a shape. Curve's not a shape, and flat's not a shape.
That's what I just said to you. You're determining by saying it's flat that there's no curvature because the opposite of curvature is flat. So you're telling us here in this room that the entire Earth is flat. That's what you're telling us.
No, that's not what I said. I said the surface of...
Okay. So only water is flat.
The surface of water is approximately flat, right? Obviously, we have waves and tides and things like that. But in this context, it would be the surface not dropping over distance as claimed on the globe.
Okay, so again, I'm saying to you that only water is flat on this planet, on this place that we exist. That's what I'm saying to you. So the Earth could be that water is flat, correct?
Well, 72% of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water, so you can't have that and have a globe at the same time.
Okay, you cannot eliminate the 30% just willy-nilly. You get what I'm saying to you?
So can you draw me a picture? Can you draw me a picture of a globe, right? That has 70% water on the surface that's flat, I'd like to see that artwork. That would be freaking hilarious.
Sir, we have a globe in your very room. It's called the globe.
What?
Yes,
There's
sir.
no globe in my room. I
Okay,
don't
you
have a
took it
globe
out.
in my room.
In your library, there's literally a globe. It is a drawing. Hold on, I'm almost finished with him. It's a drawing of water on the globe with
Yeah,
30%
curving.
of Earth.
Yeah, it's a drawing.
Yes,
Drawings
exactly.
aren't
That's what
real.
you're asking for. That's what you're asking for.
No. I want, right? So we want, you said that if 70% of the water, right, the surface area of the Earth is flat
Right.
water,
Flat.
then the other 30% of the land could somehow make the flat water into a globe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you, you have determined that all 72% of the water on Earth is flat. That's what you did. That's what you told us here today. That means
No,
you should
that's
be
not
able.
what I
Hold on.
said.
Okay,
This is what I said. Let me correct you really quickly.
Oh,
Right,
okay,
so
go
this
ahead.
is what I said, right? So every time we test the surface of water in various locations,
Okay.
we don't detect the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. I didn't say that I checked every single square inch of water over the entire Earth.
Good. Now, so you are admitting that you do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is entirely flat. You do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is not a globe. Please, just say that.
Right. So if the Earth was a globe and gravity was pulling everything towards the center of mass, that
Good.
means that every single 10-mile body of water on the entire globe would
Right.
have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature. So if we measured just and confirmed, right, just one or a few sections, or say a couple of hundred sections, right, didn't have that curvature that must be there, right, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
How? Did you account? Hold on. Did you account for every single phenomena on our globe?
Yes.
Okay, so you accounted for the 1% refraction. You accounted for your height versus the distance of the object that you're looking for. Is that what you did?
Yes.
And okay, so what we want you to do is to show us your numbers where you accounted for refraction, you accounted for your distance, your height, accounted for the distance of the object that you look for, and that's what we want right now in this room. Please provide that, and then tell us. This is the last thing. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. How did you determine that all of that, when compiled together, means the Earth is entirely flat? Go ahead.
All right, so here's the test in the side chat. Here's one out of many tests. Okay, so this guy here, he's a PhD in optics, right? He specializes in spectrophotometry. His name's Dr. John D.
That's
right?
an appeal.
This test was
that's an credential appeal.
No. He's not correct. He's not correct. But you don't need to interrupt, right? And you need to calm down a little bit, sir. Okay, so in this, right? So I'm just telling you who did it. I didn't appeal to any credentials. I just told you the guy who did it, right? And
we want an average everyday person. An average everyday person.
So it would be you would prefer that someone that isn't an expert does the test.
Absolutely, yes. Because you asked us, you guys asked us for that. I can produce to you an amateur rocket launch. I can do that to you right now. I can put it in your side chat, and the camera on that rocket showed the globe when it reached the appropriate altitude. Now, give me.
Hold on a second, right? So you're trying to run away from this test, right? So your problem with this test. Hold on. Right, so you demanded the test, right? And then you wanted to go over it, and now you're trying to change the topic. And the reason that you're dismissing this test is because the guy is too qualified.
Yes, because it's a credential fallacy. Yes.
I didn't say it's correct. I didn't say it's correct. Hold on. No, I didn't say he's correct because he has credentials. So it's not a credentials fallacy.
Yes, you led with his doctor. We know what you're doing. That's a psychological move that you did. You led with his credentials. You shouldn't have.
No, I was just telling you who he is.
No, to say his name.
It's like an added bonus, right? It's an added bonus that this guy is actually an expert in refraction. So it's actually just an added bonus, right?
Right.
Yeah. Robert's never appealed to his own alleged credentials.
No. I'm
His
using your
his
argument.
bachelor's degree.
I'm using your argument against us. You say we do a credential fallacy because
No,
Dr. Neil
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. Right.
Oh, you guys
I was just trying to present a test, right?
Okay.
That you demanded.
Right.
Okay, now I've presented the test, and you're trying to run away from the test.
No. I'm looking at your test. Your test is already debunked.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, because he did not provide the fact that he did not raise his height. He needs to provide that.
No, he did. He actually changed the height, and he did. So how do you know all about the test when you haven't even studied it yet?
I know because I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, what heights did he do the test from?
We don't know.
No, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so why are you saying something about the height not being correct when you don't know the height?
Not correct in the video. Look at it again, sir.
Okay, so what's the correct height?
The correct height should be in his video for a 10-mile observation, sir. He needs to be at a minimum of 12 feet.
Why?
So yeah, because we can duplicate that on the globe. We can duplicate it on the globe.
But why is his height? Why is the height that he did it from incorrect?
Because he's seen something 10 miles. If he put something 4 feet off the ground or 2 feet off the ground, he will never see that object.
Oh, okay. Well, he put it 6 inches off the ground.
Oh, 6 inches worse. He will never see that object. He's a liar. He raised the height.
Okay. Well, no. He did it from first. First, he did it from 1 meter. So cool, right? So you just agreed that this debunks the globe.
No. It debunks what he's doing. He's lying to you because you can never.
Oh, okay. So
6 inches.
So he live streamed. He live streamed the entire test.
Okay, you believe
he live streamed it.
Were you there?
No, he live streamed it. It's on multiple people's YouTube channels that were there, all live streaming it at the same time.
Okay. You remember when the flat earthers and the globers did it on Discovery Channel? Yeah.
Okay, so this is your rebuttal is that this observation would be impossible on a globe.
It's impossible.
Right? And if it's real, if it's not faked, then it would debunk the globe.
Absolutely, it would. Absolutely.
Well, there we go. Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
So there we go. Thank you, guys. So
globe debunked.
The guy lied. He obviously raised the height of his observation. He did it in the video, and we can see it. I'm watching the video right now.
What height do you think? What height do you think he raised it to?
Oh, he raised it to the appropriate height to see 10 miles. Period. That's all he did.
Okay, where did he do that in the video?
Oh, look at the video again. Watch the video. Watch the video again.
What's the height necessary to view the horizon distance with 10 miles?
Right. You see, the thing is, guys, watch the video. I just watched a video. He literally raised.
Just watch the video.
He's a liar.
What's the height? What's the height, Robert? What's the height? What's the height necessary for him to achieve that sort of distance?
Right. So
that view.
Okay, not a problem. So all we have to do is take 2 times the radius of the Earth times the observer's height, take the square root of that sum, and you'll get that distance. Right? That is the formula for the curvature.
Tell us what it is. Tell us what the altitude. What height does he need to be to see 10 miles?
Every time I go and do this test, it matches the globe. So
what height? Tell me the height. Tell me the height he needed to achieve to view 10 miles.
Let's do the formula together. Are you ready?
Yeah, go, do it.
2 times radius. 2 times 4,000.
What's
8,000?
So what's
right?
the height?
Times the observer's height. Okay, sorry. You. So what you're going to do now? The distance is 10 miles that he's looking at.
people,
Right.
this is
So you do the
stay away from
reciprocal.
crack cocaine.
Oh no, brother, it's okay. I'm doing the math. I know it's complicated. One of the problems with flat earthers is that you didn't study math. That is why you're a flat earther.
All right,
That's
so
why
we
you're a
can
flat
see
earther.
here, right? So we can see here in the side chat, right? We can see the actual transit of the laser that was
Right.
live streamed, okay? And we can actually see them. We can actually see them measuring the height of the laser, right? This was also live streamed
Right. As
on
you can see,
multiple, not on just one, right? So the person on this side of
Right.
the body of water was live streaming, and the other person, Roxanne, on the other side was
Right.
also streaming, and then there was a third guy streaming at the same time. They also shot lasers from both sides back at the other side.
Right.
Okay, so you've admitted that if this is real, it would
Is any of them-
debunk the globe. So anyone,
Absolutely.
anyone,
Any one of them-
relax,
Hold on.
relax.
If-
Hold on, don't finish my sentence. I was going to say something different.
Finish the garbage. Go ahead.
Anyone can watch this video.
I just did.
and
Yes, you won't.
you'll be you'll be able to see that this video is legitimate and obviously isn't faked. And there's not even anywhere to put the laser up to some crazy height that would be required for this to work on a globe.
Oh wait, all you have to do is 6 feet
35 feet.
or 6 feet for 3 miles.
Yeah.
brother. He cannot raise the laser. He cannot raise the laser 8 feet.
The
or 12.
horizon would be
Up
at
to
3
35
miles
feet.
from 6 feet.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
six-
just saying. I'm just giving you an example. He did it 6 inches off the ground. He is
No,
lying.
he did it 1 meter. First.
1 meter, right? And he's
Listen,
talking about
let me go. I'll go over it all, right? So first, this is what he did. He had the target on the other side at 1 meter, and he had his laser measured at 1 meter. Okay, he got a direct hit. Then what he wanted to do was start lowering the laser to see how low he could get the laser and still get a direct hit. So then he put the laser down to 0.7 meters.
Okay.
And then he put the laser down to 0.5 meter. And then he put the laser down to 15 centimeters, which is about 6 inches. And he showed you the measurement. He shows you everything being done live. And he got a direct hit on the far side, right? And the far side camera was at 70 centimeters.
is anybody riding on top of the laser beam?
No, nobody's riding on top of the laser beam, whatever that means.
So what I'm saying to you, hold on, guys. Just what I'm saying to you is that unless you can show us the laser beam traveling to its target, you have nothing.
Like
Yeah,
a
so it's
side
in the
view.
side chat just there, right? So
You
it
have nothing.
says yes, right? See where it says yes? So the last two screenshots, right? You can see the laser beam going all the way across to the target.
No. We see a laser beam. We don't know the height of where it is coming from. That is not in the video.
Yeah, it's in the
Only thing
next.
video
It's in
is-
the next.
Only thing in the video is a claim
It's-
of height. What
No,
we
it's
need-
all. It's in the video. It's in the
So what we-
video, and it's live streamed, and you can see them there with the tape measure.
I
and-
see them, sir.
Yeah,
Are
so
they?
that's the laser
Are
beam.
they following the beam and doing the tape measure on the surface of the water, sir? No.
No, it's hitting the target on the other side.
No, sir. The reason why he hit the target is he raised the emitter, sir.
No, he didn't raise the emitter.
Yes,
You can
sir,
see.
sir.
You can see, if you watch the video, you'll see that he didn't do that.
Yes, he did, sir. He did raise the emitter. You cannot hit a target 10 miles away for 15
Right.
inches off the ground. Impossible.
Because you're convinced the Earth is a globe, and it's
Right.
impossible for him to achieve the results he did at that height. Therefore, he's lying.
No. I'm lying because he's not showing you.
Yes. That's your
You said he
answer,
just.
bro.
Oh, no,
So you
brother,
just said you were lying.
Brother, he needs to show us the measurement of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the target. That's what he needs to do.
He did that.
No, sir, you're a liar. He did. No one is out in the middle of the water.
This
No
has to
one is
be a
out in the
comedy
middle
act.
of. No one is out in the middle of the water saying, "Okay, here's a laser beam. Let me measure above the water to that light." No one is doing that.
Dude, all those times I banned you, I could have been getting this great content each time.
Of course, because you're a troll. You're a troll, dude. Listen, brother. Again, give us what we need. This is what we need. We want somebody
Uh-huh.
measuring the laser off the top of the water to hit the target every time. You can't produce it. All you have is somebody.
We just
Somebody saying, "Oh, I'm
we
here."
just showed you that. We just showed you that in this video.
No, no one is in the middle of the ocean measuring the height of the beam going to its target.
Globe
No
is
one.
doing this that you're demanding. Where's these standards performed by Globers?
Yes, we have it. We have it.
Ah, you
We have
do
it.
not, liar.
Yes,
We've
we
been
do.
waiting for you.
Bro.
We've been waiting for you for years to produce these constant same
Yes, we
results
do.
every time.
Yes, we do. We
These
have it.
consistent results. Yeah,
We
go
have
on,
it. We
show
have
us.
I'm going to
Show
show
us.
you. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to put it in the side chat. Literally, there is an ISS in orbit around the Earth, and I can show you a video of it.
Oh my God, that's not somebody measuring
no,
the
sir,
distance
sir.
between the surface of the water and the laser over
Sir.
10 miles?
Sir,
You're
your
crazy,
ISS
bro.
wouldn't work. The ISS
Talking
wouldn't
about
work
the
over a
standards
flat
you just
surface.
placed on us. Now, I'm asking you where the globe sides tests are using those standards.
Sir, I'm just letting you know that the ISS would not work on a flat surface. Period. Period.
Yeah, see, deflection. Deflection.
No. That's our measurement. The ISS goes around the Earth every 90 minutes. You can take a photograph of it. I have done that.
Cool story, bro.
So funny,
Right.
bro.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that at different locations. The ISS
Okay.
going around the Earth, 17,000 miles per hour. That is your globe.
You also told us that you have extensive photography of being at the ocean and looking out across the ocean and only being able to see 3.5 miles.
You can. I have done that. Yes, I've done.
Yeah, where is it? We're still waiting for it. For you to show us it.
No, I didn't videotape it. But I'm just letting you know. The sun sets.
Yeah, and then when we ask you, you show that stupid thing from National Geographic, which shows the horizon
Stupid.
beyond the target.
You heard what he
It's
said?
like,
He said stupid. You heard him, DJ. He said it's stupid. That means I can say your observation is stupid.
Wow, this is so funny.
No.
Hey, I got it. I got a new one to show you, Robert. You probably
Okay,
haven't
show
seen
me.
this one. Right,
Show me.
This is our friend Lanolin, right? Very nice guy. He's got a documentary out, which I can share with you if you like. But here's a side view of a 6-mile laser transit. Not the one that I posted in the side chat, right? So it's coming. Right. This is this one, right? This is a side view of a 6-mile laser transit, and he's using one of the most powerful consumer collimated laser beams that you can get on the like civilian market, right? So this picture here, okay, this is a long exposure, so you could get a really good clean shot of the beam, right? So his tripod goes down to a minimum of 3 feet height. So the laser is 3 feet height, and he's on a frozen lake in Alaska, and he's shooting the laser beam across, and you can see that the laser beam, right, isn't curving at all, and the Earth also isn't curving at all over this entire 6-mile distance. Okay, when the laser beam. Mm-hmm.
Okay, remember, light is not going to curve like that unless it's in a gravity well, right? So you're going to see that light travel very straight, right? The Earth. This is what you want to see happen. This is what you're going to see happen.
That was my point.
First picture, I loved your first picture. As you can see, the surface of the water is getting closer to the beam. Everybody can see that in the picture. That's your curvature.
No, that's called perspective convergence.
Give me that number. Give me that number for perspective. Go ahead.
Okay, so the beam would be getting, if the Earth's a globe. Listen, Robert. Listen for a second. Right. So if the Earth was a globe, the beam would be getting further away from the surface of the water, not closer to it. Okay, it's meant that if the water was curving away, right, from the beam, that means that the beam should be getting further away from the surface of water before it gets to the other side. So you're arguing for some kind of concave Earth right now.
No.
Upward.
The side that it is emitting from, right, is closer to the beam.
Yes, but the Earth should curve away from you.
Yeah. It's in your picture. The receiving end is closer to us. The Earth, the ground is further away from the beam.
Which end do you think's the receiving end?
The receiving end is the end that's closest to us.
No, that's the laser.
No, sir. Show us that.
Yeah, that's the laser, right? Lasers also diverge, right? This is laser
we don't
beams
see
aren't
the
that
laser.
collimated.
We don't see the laser. All we see is a beam, and it
That's a laser right there. That's the laser. That is the laser. That's the laser shooting out across to the other side.
That's the laser shooting out to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, on this, in your first picture.
Yeah, the first picture.
Okay, in the
That's
first
that's
picture.
the laser on the tripod there, and it's shooting
Okay,
across
that's
to
the
the other
laser
side.
on your tripod. Right.
That's a
So,
laser, yeah.
okay, right. So even in that picture, it is showing you the curvature of the Earth, right? Because here's the issue that you're having, right? As objects get further away, we expect them to angularly dissipate, right? That's what we expect. Just like this, right? Just like a car is further away from you, it's smaller, right? So as it gets closer to you, it's larger. That's simple. That's a simple explanation. This does not tell us anything. Even if the emitter is on this side or the emitter is on the other side, which is what I really think it is. I think your picture is fake because nobody was there. But nonetheless, I would
Someone's obviously taking a photo, right?
Right, absolutely. Yeah, it could be faked. Remember, I can give you the photo of the Japan probe, the Osiris X probe taking a photo of the Earth. What are you going to say? Go ahead.
How would you ever validate that? That's just faith.
No. We can validate that.
Oh, he's running
How?
away.
No. No, I'm not running away. We can validate that. All the numbers are there. We know when the rocket launched. We know who created it. We have the
Okay.
video of the launch. We have all of those things, just like what you have here.
Right, but as soon as
Right.
the rocket goes out of view, you don't know what happens.
Okay, so when the rocket goes out of view, an assumption is made by flat earthers that it is gone to
Oh.
Narnia.
No, nobody said that. Right? I'm just saying you can't.
You are
Once it goes out-
invalidating. You're invalidating. You're invalidating.
No, I didn't. Nobody said that. Please
Okay,
don't
fine.
lie. Nobody said that it's going to Narnia. Okay, what I'm saying is that once it goes out of your view,
Right.
okay, then you have to watch the rest of it on a television screen or a phone screen or a computer screen, that kind of thing. And now
Right.
you, once again, right, you can
Right.
never validate, right? It's very easy to fake footage.
Oh, it's very
Okay.
easy to fake that footage right there.
What footage?
Doing what
The
you
footage
have.
the
I
footage
can
that was
check that.
live streamed. It was live streamed on 3 different
Oh.
live streams
Okay.
simultaneously.
So you've never heard of them faking live streams?
Yeah, people can fake live streams, but
Okay, very
anyone
good.
that watches the video can see that this is not faked,
Oh,
right? And you
really?
already
Okay.
admitted,
Right.
right? So
Right.
you already admitted that this observation, if it wasn't faked, it would debunk
Right.
the globe. And I think that
Oh,
that's pretty
absolutely.
funny because
Oh, no, solid. That's why I'm saying to you. It's fake. It's false.
so all you would have to do, right, is go out and do your own laser tests, and you can also be someone that
Good.
knows that the Earth's not a globe as well.
Good. All right. In my country, we have 3 mile buoys. The sun sets at that 3 mile buoy every single time. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. If you stand there, that sun gets
Prove it.
cut off, same diameter every single time. How does that
Where's
happen on
your
a flat Earth?
evidence?
It's impossible.
Where's
It's
your
impossible.
where's your evidence? Where's your evidence of the 3 mile horizon?
Okay, where's your evidence that this photo is not fake? Please.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm just letting you know. Everything can be
Hey,
fake.
if you think it's fake, you don't have to believe it, right? So this is what we say. Okay, don't trust anything we say. You can go out and replicate these things yourself. Unlike
Okay, so DJ,
right, unlike your probe footage, right? Unlike your space footage, you can't go and replicate that, but
Of
you
course
can
you
go
can.
out and you can buy a laser, right?
You can
claim that
get
you
a
have
probe, you can
claim
build
that you have a P900.
You
You
can
can
build
go out and show us the observations that match a globe.
build a probe and take it and build it and send it
No,
up, DJ. Yes, you can.
Who did that? What private civilian built a probe and sent
Okay.
it up?
Okay. I can show you amateur rocket footage, right?
Uh-huh.
That shows you when that rocket is launched, it shows you the Earth is curved. I can show you that.
Okay, all right. So then we would have to start going over how much curvature you would see from that height, what percentage of the surface you would see from that height, and what type of lens is being used. And then we can go over specifics of how the lens was being used, because I already know what you're going to show, and I already can debunk it really easily.
Okay,
so it's
no problem.
kind of funny.
So yours is debunked. You're going to debunk mine. So we're at an impasse.
No, you didn't debunk anything. You just said it's fake. It has to be fake because it wouldn't work on a globe.
No, it's debunked. The guy cannot see 6 inches off the ground. The laser is raised off the surface of the ground. It's literally raised off the surface of the ground. That's how he hit the target. Everybody can see that in the video.
6 inches is above the surface of the ground.
Yes, he raised it above 6 inches.
Yeah, he also did it from 1 meter, and he did it from 0.7 meters, and he did it from 0.15 meters.
So what he did was showed you hitting the target at 7 meters. That's all he did. Every time.
7 meters.
Right.
Where do you have any evidence of that?
It's in your video.
Where? What's the timestamp?
You said he hit the target at 7 meters. Didn't you not say that?
No, he hit the target from 0.7 meters.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 7 meters. Okay. So the height that he hit the target, when he hit the target, it was at the appropriate height for the globe.
No.
Yes.
No. Right. So from the highest height. Okay,
I will pay you. I'll pay you.
Do you want to see the mathematics? Do you want to see? You're not going to pay me $1,000.
I would pay you $1,000 if you and I go out, raise an emitter 0.7
Dude, I'm not going anywhere near you. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't want to go anywhere near you either. I'm just letting you know that your video
seem like
is
a
fake.
psycho.
No, you sound like a psycho, dude. The only reason why you are a flat earther is because you are susceptible to conspiracy.
The guy has been banned over 50 times and keeps coming back in alt accounts.
No. It's more than that. It's 70 times. 71 times.
Exactly. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot. What the fuck?
Yes. I will keep coming and having this discussion because you guys are wrong.
Right, but you didn't do very well today. I mean, all you said that was if the observation's real,
right,
then it would debunk the globe, right?
Okay.
And then you made a baseless claim that he's having to lift the camera up to some crazy height for it to work on a globe.
Not a
and
crazy
now you're
height.
saying
not crazy height.
Now you're saying that it would work on the globe if you had the camera at 0.7 meters, which is not true mathematically.
Right, the amateur video of them seeing the globe, a rocket launch. If that's true, is flat Earth debunked?
No, I can debunk the video.
Oh, so I debunk yours.
No, I can debunk the video with an actual rebuttal, not just saying it's fake.
No. I did it with an actual rebuttal. There's nobody measuring the light off the surface of the ground of the water all the way.
You can see the
receiver.
Okay, so it's hitting the receiver. It's hitting the receiver. Okay, he's measuring it at the transit end, and he's also hitting the target at the target end.
Yeah, but who's measuring it in the middle of the water?
Why would it have to be measured in the middle? We can see it going across the water.
That is how you keep him honest.
Okay, what do you think the height of the laser would be in the middle of the lake?
It would be, remember, your Earth is flat. So if he's hitting a 10-mile target when his emitter is 6 inches off the ground, the height of the laser off on top of the water is 6 inches. That's what we want to see. Right.
Yeah, so that's what we can see.
No, you can't see it, brother. Can you see oxygen?
No, but I can see the laser beam right here in the picture.
Yeah, but you cannot see the measurement. Come on now, be honest. Can you see the measurement?
Yeah, we can see.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you going to lie? Don't lie. Don't lie.
I'm going to show. I'll show you the measurement. How about that?
Don't lie. Oh, so now. You're in trouble.
Do you want me to show you the measurement?
No. Hold on. You're in trouble because I asked you for this earlier. Show me the height of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the receiver. Go ahead. I asked you for this earlier.
He didn't measure it all the way to the receiver, but you can see it traveling straight across the water.
Then it's fake.
This will be good for the gander. So you show us the same.
Then it's fake.
It's fake. It's fake. Yeah, it's fake.
It's fake
because
it's fake.
It's fake.
How many centimeters do we have to measure it each time we measure it?
Fake.
Like, do we have to have 60 billion tape measures all the way across to measure the height the whole way?
No, you don't need that much.
How many?
You just need to be able to see the previous one. That's all you need to be able to do.
Can you see the picture in the side chat of the laser beam going straight across?
Oh no, how high is it above the water?
1 meter.
No. How do you know? Is that written there?
Yeah, yes, he measured it. He showed you the measurement of it while he was shooting the laser.
You know what I'm asking for, and you can't produce it. Again, we need somebody who is following the laser and taking iteration measurement across the water.
So here you go. Right.
Okay.
What height do you think the tripods are here?
No. I'm asking for the laser beam.
This is the two laser beams right here. So he's not using one laser beam; he's using two laser beams. This is the same test.
So we need the measurement of the height of the laser beam of the water for both of those laser beams. Yeah, we need that.
So when I show you that, are you going to cope again?
No,
right, so
no coping here.
I'm going to show you them measuring the laser beams and the targets.
I asked you for this earlier. You refused to give it to me. You're coping because now you understand what I'm asking for, right?
You said you wanted to know the height of the laser beams, and I posted it.
All the way, from the emitter, all the way. I want it all the way to the receiver. That's what I want. That's one thing we want. We want somebody following the laser beam.
We don't have that.
And then saying, oh, okay, good. Fake.
Fake.
It's debunked.
So how's the beam hitting the target then, if there's earth curvature in between?
Easy. When it hit the target, when he hit the target, he raised the emitter's height.
What?
Yes.
So what about you, Robert?
Yes. Well,
do you have what you're asking for? Do you have an example of what you're asking for?
I have the ISS.
So you're just being a schizo, got it.
No. I have the ISS. I have the ISS.
It's pretty weak.
Right. So hold on.
He doesn't have shit.
Hold on. I've spoken to astronauts that were on the ISS and astronauts who are there right now. And by the way, you can call them right now. There's a radio frequency you can call those astronauts
if someone
right now.
tells you something, that's really good evidence.
Okay, the brother told you in this video that his emitter was a constant 6 inches, and he can't show you that in the video.
Yeah, I can show you a video of a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat, so the Earth must be flat.
Oh yeah, it's flat at certain heights. Everybody agrees with that. It has a radius value of 4,000 miles. That means
a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat. An astronaut.
Yeah. There are other astronauts who say the Earth is flat at 20,000 feet.
He says that the Earth is flat.
Right. There's a lot of
he didn't say it 20,000 feet. He just said the Earth's flat.
Oh, so he didn't give you all the information then. Uh-oh.
So maybe, all right, you're batshit crazy, dude.
No, dude, he needs to tell you his altitude. He was. That's simply it.
Yeah, he's an astronaut, so he went to space. Yeah. He went into low Earth orbit.
At 30,000 feet, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's not low Earth orbit.
Can I say something?
Please, yeah.
My guy, no offense to you or anything, but you're not doing any global duty here. Dude, you really sound like you're schizophrenic or something, bro.
Okay, so that's your comeback. You sound like a schizophrenic because you did
it's literally this that because they didn't measure the laser and the distance between the water at multiple increments over the transit, right?
Exactly.
That it must be fake, and because it shows results which contradict the globe.
Exactly, and guess what? I have a probe
Yeah.
that took a photo. Hold on, wait. This is one more thing.
Classic,
I have a probe that took a photo of the Earth from 24,000 miles away, and you're going to say it's fake.
You don't have that picture. That's not your picture. You don't have a picture.
We don't even have
Someone else-
pictures from
Someone else
24,000
presented
miles
to you
away,
something
bro.
that they claim is that, but you don't have it.
Yo, look at the side chat.
What do you know?
You
Those
still
are some
with us,
good
Robert?
clips.
Yeah,
I think you
yeah.
left,
That's going to be a hilarious clip for sure.
So you
Robert.
guys know about the guy that supposedly he drowned in space? So this is
Yeah.
this is their water cooling, bro. That suit.
Such
That
a
suit right
joke.
there is the water cooling.
Hilarious. I wonder what he's doing now. What's a psychopath do when they get off a call like that?
Dude, I think he's for sure like hunting down like flat earthers or something, bro.
I think Flat Lloyd Wright got it in the side chat there. Maybe his computer time at the mental institution ran out and he had to go back to his ward.
I think the crazy part about that is that probably actually adds up because he probably is legitimately insane.
He's doing some voodoo. Yaga Bruno. Yeah, I'm going to start feeling stabbing pains. That was funny. Margin, if you're listening, hopefully you can make a clip of that one. Says who came too late. You just missed. Were you listening by any chance on YouTube, Says who?
No, but I can go back and listen. What happened?
Oh,
dude,
you
that
gotta
was
check it out, bro.
freaking hilarious, man. We just had a debate with Robert Utah, and it was freaking insanity.
I'll
mean,
go check
Yeah,
that out.
Instead
it
of
was
him
really
saying
funny.
like, "Okay, that's fake. Here's what really happens when you do this setup, right? This test." Instead of doing that, his rebuttal was, "I've got the ISS. I just appealed to the ISS footage."
So that was funny. He completely admitted that Dr. John's laser test, if it was from the height that he claimed, then it would debunk the globe and it wouldn't work on the globe. And he knows it must be fake because they didn't take a height measurement of the laser all the way along the 10 miles of water. So they know the exact height of the laser the whole way across above the water. That's how we know it was fake. Anyway, that was crazy. That was funny.
A laser always stays straight though, so
Yeah, he admitted that as well. He's like admitted that lasers only bend if there's a gravity well.
it's actually funny.
Yeah. Like I knew that guy was dumb, but I didn't know he was that dumb. Like
Yeah, that
he's
was the
devolved.
equivalent to. Yeah, but we got Brandau, but it has electrolytes.
Yeah.
It's what makes plants grow.
Gotta watch that again sometime. It's a great movie.
Almost as funny as the Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
It's great that their protagonist in that movie isn't that smart either. Like, I mean, he's like, "I'm no
He's like
expert, but I'm
average.
pretty
He's the
sure
most
that
average
salt
person
kills
ever.
plants."
He's literally the most average person ever, bro.
Right?
Yeah, I rewatch that every 6 months.
It's like stop watering it with Gatorade. Well, what do we use? Water? Oh, this is so crazy. It might just work.
Water? You mean the stuff in the toilets?
The cape on that guy's phenomenal. Who was it we were talking to before? He popped in. Are they still here? No?
The L guy.
No, no, some other glober.
How's your video making going, DJ? You done any more since that initial one?
No, I haven't had a chance because we've been prepping to move overseas. So once I get established
fair enough.
overseas, then I'll be able to start working on some more videos. Got a ton of plans, but yeah, just
Awesome.
being flat out, just working on the business and stuff to make sure it's all set up, by the time we get over. But yeah, looking forward to making more flat earth videos. I got so many in mind. Want to start doing live streams on YouTube as well. We should
YouTube
start
and,
doing.
Sorry, go on.
And what?
I was just going to ask you, how's it going on TikTok? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been doing anything on TikTok. But yeah, I do plan on starting to go live on TikTok and YouTube as well. So see which one, works out better.
After posting on TikTok, were you surprised at just how quickly it got views and all that?
Yeah. Yeah, I only posted a 2 or 3 videos and they did pretty well. And if I kept posting, they would have kept going really good. But yeah, I deleted those 2 videos because I was going to change my TikTok into something else. But then I changed my mind about that, and I'm just going to use it for live streaming and stuff. I'm just going to fill it up with clips from debates on here and tons of like short videos and stuff like that. But I want to make a whole series of little videos that's just like explains all of the questions that the globe earthers ask about everything. And what about boats over the horizon? What about this? What about that?
That's awesome, man. That's good stuff. Yeah.
I get decision fatigue because I got so many different ideas, and then I don't know which one to go with. So I end up doing none of them.
Sounds like me with women.
Oh.
The
Lads,
measurements.
we need a model for the entirety of
No,
Earth.
you
So for
don't.
like what is known of Earth, we need a
We're just
model.
talking. You don't need a model to determine if a cutting board is flat. You don't need a model of a cutting board. Okay.
We do need models for like for a car. Can we just like can we have models for cars? I remember I like literally grew up
We're
building
talking.
models. I remember I'm 43
understand
years
what
old.
it is you're saying.
I like lived before the internet, and what I did for internet, instead of doing internet, we just built models of race cars and airplanes and like SR-71 Blackbirds and stuff. So I've made models of real things, dude.
I understand what it is you're saying. Okay, but we're
So
talking
there's scale.
specifically.
I'm talking about a scale model.
We're talking specifically about curvature and flatness, though.
No. We're on models right now. Don't worry about the curvature. We already agreed.
Well, no, I
continents
understand
occur.
what it is you're trying to do. Okay, but we don't need a model to determine if something is curved.
No, but we gotta talk about models. We gotta talk about models. I want to do that. Lats.
Yes,
you guys
I
won't let me.
understand.
You keep refusing to let me use a flat model.
I'm just saying, then you have to explain to me why you need a model of a cutting board to determine if a cutting board is flat.
I would need a level. I would need a level. I would not know if it was flat without a tool.
Okay, so why don't you just measure the cutting board itself? Why do you need a model of a cutting board?
Because flat is relative. This is what we said earlier. See, we're getting there. We're making progress. This is the progress that we're talking about.
Wait
where
till
you
you
have to
find
learn
out that
something
level
from me.
is actually like taking 360 divided by 4 from a circle, which is 90 degrees. Like if it's 90 degrees perpendicular to gravity, that's what level means. But it's taken from a circle.
Well,
That's
it's
blow your
relativity.
mind, Mats. Did you know that 360 times 2 is 180? And like a quarter of that is 90 degrees. That's a right triangle.
360 times 2 is what?
I said 360 divided by 2.
Oh, divided by, okay, sorry, I thought you said times.
Is 180.
I
That's
must
a
have heard
half
wrong.
circle.
Okay.
Did you know that? Do you know
So
what
tell us more.
360 divided by 4 is? It's 90. That's a right triangle within the circle. So when we take something that's 90 degrees, right, and we level it, right, what we're saying is that quarter circle that's 90 degrees perpendicular to gravity, that's kind of like, that's what horizontal and vertical means.
Okay.
That's a level
Yeah, it's all relative. It's all
Awesome.
relative.
Yeah, so awesome. If there was gravity pulling everything inwards to a center, giving us a curved level, then there would be curvature
There is
measured on the
no
surface.
level without a fucking circle, buddy.
I see what knowledge means.
Why do
So
you
when
need
you take
a
a
circle for
circle-
level?
Because
You can't have level without a circle.
Because a right triangle is 90 degrees. So if you take a circle, which
Okay.
is 360,
Yep,
and divide
which
it
is
by
not
4, which is what the quarter circle is, it's 90 degrees on that circle.
Fuck
when
yes.
Okay, so when you want to level a surface, okay, you put it at a 90-degree angle, because like he was saying, your level tool. What that center line is doing, like when the bubble goes towards the center, it's putting you at a 90-degree angle, which is a right triangle. That is
angular measurement.
perpendicular to gravity, which is horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, so what if we just keep putting the a level on the ground, Lats, and we just ran a giant level?
It would become
What if we got like a
unleveled at some
huge?
point,
Yeah, that's what the laser's for.
because
That's
it
what
would
we
no
use the
longer
laser
be
for.
perpendicular to gravity if you just you can't you just have to find
That's
where
correct.
it's perpendicular.
Yeah, but
Yes, it's like placing a ruler on a basketball. Yes, exactly.
well, that's the
You
same thing
can't-
with water being shaping the container. 'cause
Yes,
it's seeking 90
level.
degrees.
Yes, level. Water being level means that it's 90 degrees perpendicular to gravity. It does not lay flat, bud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it wants to go. Like it's like,
okay.
like it has a meet. Like what is the potential energy in water when it's like against a mass? There's got to be something, right? No, it's like yeah. That's too. That's that physics gets is way over my head.
I don't know what
I'm not
relevance
mine.
potential energy of water has for the curvature.
I think the universe is pill shaped.
Yeah, you can think whatever you want. That's okay.
So we got 3 dimensions.
Yeah, the man
Maybe
doesn't
it's
really-
know that all of his
Whatever
measurements
you-
are taken. Like you heard Nathan Oakley say that all measurements are measured flat. No, they ain't. When he says that the ground is parallel and horizontal, he means that comes
I've
from
never
a quarter
said
circle,
that all
buddy.
measurements are flat.
No,
I
they're
can
not.
I can take.
Thing.
I just told you what a quarter circle was, bud. That's fucking 90
Yeah, but you're
degrees.
But you're
onto the
saying that
right
I'm saying that
triangle.
all distance
When
measurements
we
are flat. I
level
never
a
said that.
surface, the Earth is a globe. When we take the right triangle and level it on the surface of a globe, it is always going to be 90 degrees, fucking parallel and horizontal and vertical to
Well, yeah, sure.
perpendicular to
If
gravity.
yeah, that's a big if.
That's
the Earth was curving. Yeah,
okay, but
for sure.
it's a circle, bud, that we're getting that from.
Yeah,
We're
sure.
not getting it
Yeah,
from a
that's where
flat surface.
degrees
What the
come
fuck are
from.
you talking
Sure.
about?
Yeah, that's fine. If the Earth was curving, sure.
Wait.
Why do you keep
It's
saying
not
if the Earth
flat
is curving?
if it's a circle.
Yeah, because
if a 90
then
degree
there
right
would
triangle,
be
a 90 degree right
measured
triangle on a
curvature.
circle, which is the globe, it's not flat. It's a
That's a
circle,
circular.
bud.
Wait,
Yeah,
hang
well,
on,
yeah,
knowledge.
sure.
Knowledge,
Then there
hang
would
on,
be
hang
measured
on.
curvature.
He's talking about like a two-dimensional plane that goes on forever. That's what
Yeah, you
flat
keep saying
means.
that if we measure for curvature, then there's curvature. That's a circular argument. Like that doesn't make that's not a retort.
No, you're saying
It's the
that
right
level
triangle.
is
It's the right
curved
triangle.
because the
That's
Earth is a
okay,
ball,
Oh my god.
right?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So
It's so
if
fair.
that's the case, if the Earth is curved, then there would be curvature measured on the surface. That's all I'm saying.
Don't they build like the top of a bridge a tiny little bit bigger than the bottom of a bridge because of the curvature of the Earth?
Brother, I can have
He
a
doesn't
curved
understand that.
bridge, a straight bridge, a drooping bridge on a flat surface. That is not something exclusive to a curving one.
It's not a flat surface.
That wasn't what I was talking about, though. But okay.
Well,
Anyways,
do you think
we're
that curved
3D
bridges
wanting
that are
them, so
built
one
longer
talk at a time.
at the top, is that something that's exclusive on a curving surface? You don't think you can have an arced bridge on a flat surface?
But like the reason they do it though is because the Earth is curved.
Okay, sure. So where's that curvature measurement then?
Whoa. Wait a minute.
Go ask the Brooklyn Bridge
No,
engineers. I don't know.
You can't have a bridge on an unlevel.
We just said that the continents are curved. The continents are curved, Lats. What's going on there?
Well, sure. Then where are the measurements at?
Well,
Because I
told
see
you,
a bunch
the
of
Great Trig Survey
calculations
directly
and
measures
corrections for curvature.
distance
Yeah,
over.
you directly measure line of sight and you take angles
line of sight
on the surface.
Okay.
Not
And
drop
then,
over
and then there's
distance
How
or
about Highway
rate.
101?
right, and then you do it again and
How
again
come
and
I
again.
can't see the pyramids if I'm at
Yeah,
the
Don't you know you have to do that over and over?
Absolutely correct. There is no measured
How many times did you
drop
do
over
it?
distance or rate of change of slope.
How many times did you take the measurement, Lats?
No, me none. Absolutely none. I'm not measuring anything. I
No.
made that
I'm showing you.
Alan, what are you
They
doing
measured
here?
thousands. So, like the Great Trig Survey, they measured angles thousands of times.
Yes.
So do you can you get that through your head? But they measured the angles of the Earth all the way across India, start to finish, from like one end to the other, 50 miles at a time.
Okay.
Can you get that
and
through
then
your
after,
Can you get that through your head?
Yeah, sure. I will
Okay.
concede
No,
that.
I don't
Then
think
what
you
did they
can,
do
man.
after?
I've
What did
told
they
you
do
like
after
I've told you that I've told you this for like 2 years that
Yeah.
we directly measured
What
the
did
curve.
what did they do after they measured all these straight lines? Go ahead.
Excuse me. They didn't measure the straight lines. We've gone over this. They
Line
measured
of
the
sight,
angles. No, excuse me.
theodolite to
Lats, I need you to
theodolite.
get this right. They measured the angles.
Okay, so a straight line
No,
to
excuse me.
another straight line.
Say angles.
Right.
Can you say the word angles, Lats?
Angles. Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. Angles.
Between.
Which is going to be two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Okay.
That's what an
And then
angle is.
do it again. Now do it again.
The vertex being
What happens?
theodolite A, B, and C, all capable of seeing each other. Sure,
Right.
cool, awesome. So now
Okay.
you've measured a polygon over the surface of the Earth.
Right. What is that?
There
What's the
goes
shape?
there
How's it
goes a-
shaped?
It's a triangle.
Right. But how do
Wow.
you know that? Like, how do you know? Okay. So now, how do you know? So now there's space between the angle or the lines from the shape, the surface of the Earth to the line, because the line is imaginary, but it's real. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because the distance measurement is real, right?
Yeah, and what was that?
Two distance measurements from the same point form an angle, right?
Yeah, what was that measurement? That drop over distance that they supposedly measured?
Between the two lines.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, it was greater than 180 degrees.
So the line from the line of sight from theodolite A to B, for example, to the ground is greater than 180.
No. ABC and DEF. No, ABC and then E is the second. You have to add another triangle because you only need one more point to
Yeah.
do two
So
triangles.
that's going to be two separate triangles.
Right, and then
both
the angle. Okay, so they
equaling
have an
to
angle.
180.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Triangles do not equal to 180.
The two triangles don't equal to 180. They're greater than 180.
So
their angle. Wait a minute. Their angle. Wait. We're on the same. We're talking about the same thing, right? The angle between the two triangles.
Yes, we have
from like B to
A,
C,
B, and C,
right?
capable of seeing each other. Awesome, right?
And then the
So
line
that's
between
a
B
triangle.
and C is the angle, right? Because you're measuring the angle between the two triangles. They have the same side. One of the two triangles share one side. That's why like it's a direct measurement, Lats. Let me take a deep breath because it's like we've gone over this 40 times. It's a direct measurement of distance over angle over distance.
Do you believe it? The Earth is flat.
Okay, so that's all. We've got the continents lined up. All the continents are lined, dude.
Do you believe
they're directly measured? I'm sorry. Welcome to Earth. To know that like your mind is finally a little more clear that we've directly measured the continents. So it's curvature. That takes us to 5,000 BC, or like globing, so we only have curvature. Ray, you're hot mic'd.
What?
Yeah, hi Ray. I can hear myself, which sounds awesome, but nobody else wants to hear me twice. That would get me destroyed.
Yeah, I've been messing
Yeah.
all day.
Wait till he finds out that the pier is built vertical because it's aligned with gravity, and like the deck itself is built leveled, which is like at 90 degrees, like we're talking about again with the bridge. Like
one step at a time. Right now, we're just chilling with a couple angles, a couple triangles, sharing a side.
I'm trying to keep it
measuring
simple,
greater than 180. Does that make sense? Am I right with that knowledge? Are you like? Is there anything wrong with that explanation?
I don't think so, but they have a habit of doing like the 8 inches mile per square, which is like the incorrect way to do it.
Okay.
Because like it's good for like short distances, but we use like Al Biruni's like once we want to measure the true curvature of the Earth over long distance. Like you might want to look that up.
Well, I've seen Harvard's measurement with the sun and the beach and stuff, and then
8 inches per mile.
That's like way too much.
So
math.
the problem with the 8 inch mile per square, it assumes that you're at sea level, which means that you're not standing up. Like right, so
well, that's just going to mean
once you're like
more...
5 or 6 feet, right? The horizon it spans out about an extra 3 miles. So that's what the 8 inches mile per square. It doesn't take that into account. So that's why they get their measurements wrong.
I can see that.
Measurements are wrong.
Yeah, like we're not on our back when we're fucking like trying to measure something. We're standing upright because like if you like a normal person is going to be 5 or 6 feet tall, and when they're standing upright, okay, they're not at sea level. Okay,
dude,
they're
we
not.
try to get as high as we can. We try to see as far as we fucking can. The only problem is that the farther, like after 50 miles, you no longer get an accurate angle because you're just fucking you're just shooting fucking light. 50, like hundreds of miles. You can only get like.
So it's called like if you're shooting light, there's a thing called the beam expands as it travels. It's called beam divergence. You can look it up, and like it can expand also. It can also the light can bend downwards due to the refraction based on like the temperature.
They had
like
microscope.
Like light bends in like cold air, right? Like it bends downward like in water.
They had a fucking 1,000-pound theodolite. It was so big that they could see like the tiniest, and then like they had. So, they could see like the slight change in the angle because they had to make it huge in order to get a microscopic accurate, like to within 0.1 arc seconds between the light showing up to when it gets fired.
Yeah, because these guys think light is like a bullet, bro. It just travels like straight. No, it doesn't. Like, have you ever seen the bat signal? When you look at the bat signal, the light isn't a straight line. It fucking spans outwards like a flashlight. You know what I mean? Like the light.
You might want to take that one up. Take that one up with physics. Take that one up with physics.
That's you.
The fundamental principle that light inherently travels in a straight line.
Light expands though as it travels. That's what you're not understanding. If it expands, like right, if like when you guys did your test, right, you guys had like the curvature at like 4.6 meters, which is 15 feet. But like if a beam travels 50 feet and it expands the entire distance, you know, at the halfway point where it made the curvature, it was 25 feet. So that's how it made it over the fucking curvature. It was 25 feet, right? The thing blocking it was only 15 feet, right? You guys do
It's
that laser test
retarded.
all the.
I like to
No,
talk
it isn't.
about
No, it isn't.
Well, it
That's just
depends on, like-
completely retarded, dude. You're
No,
one
it
of the
isn't.
dumbest people that comes in here.
You're one of the dumbest
Ridiculous.
people.
the ad homs are here.
Hey, bud. What is beam divergence?
No, everything you say is factually incorrect,
No,
right?
it isn't.
The laser, a
Everything you say is
collimated laser
factually
beam, a collimated laser beam doesn't expand 25 meters, right, over that distance that you're talking about, over 10 miles.
You also told me it wasn't a Falcon. You also told me it wasn't that video. Remember?
Dude, if a laser's shot from 15 centimeters above the surface of the water,
Hey, buddy. You use 8 inches mile per square. Like you don't even know what a half circle is or what.
okay, so how much? Shut up, Talon. Right, according to 8 inches per mile squared.
Be quiet. I'm
according
not talking to you.
According to 8, hey,
you're dumb.
You have
shit.
to talk to me. You have to talk to me, otherwise.
No, I don't. You're literally a liar, a pathological liar.
Okay, so did you just say
I don't care
how
if
much?
you ban me,
How
buddy.
much?
You are a
how much
pathological
curvature is
liar.
there over 10 miles? How much curvature is there over 10 miles?
Teensy
talk to
tiny
me.
amount. Tiny amount, DJ.
Talon, how much curvature is there over 10 miles?
This guy is
Just
retarded.
like a minuscule, trivial amount.
It's on a globe based off a 39-59 mile radius. How much curvature is there over 10 miles? Do you know?
Oh yeah, I'm describing.
Is it 66.67?
Yes, we know that.
56.7.
Okay.
It's got to be like a just tiny.
66.67.
It's yeah.
Hey, whoever's got feedback, right? Is that the top guy?
Right.
Yeah, hello?
All right, so according to 8 inches per mile squared, there's 66.67 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Is that correct or is that wrong? Knowledge.
Well, I think
8 inches
we
mile.
all agree.
No, knowledge says 8 inches per mile squared.
But you don't understand that, like, there's a thing
we all
called
agree
like
it is
there's a
that?
thing called overspill within the beam. There's a thing called beam divergence, which you
No,
don't
we're
know
just
how to
talking about
calculate,
raw
by the way.
curvature. We're just talking about raw curvature.
Okay, we're gonna do your little test in the side chat. So instead of talking to you, I'm just gonna show you.
No.
I wish it let me on the whiteboard.
Hey, right, so
I'd rather
try again.
just
but
talk.
you're saying, so you said 8 inches per mile squared is wrong over 10 miles distance, or is it correct over 10
No,
miles
no.
distance?
I said it's wrong when you guys do these things. Like when you do 8 inches mile per
what's-
square, you don't do that. You do like the Baruni's
Okay,
like
so-
formula over.
All
Like
right,
you
so
do
so
factor
what's
in
the
refraction.
result? What's the answer when you
Nobody
do
cares.
8 inches per mile squared? How much curvature is there over 10 miles?
Show me the test
56
again.
Wait, never mind. We already.
No, this is just a general math question, right? If you have a sphere with a radius of 39-59 miles, how much curvature would there be over 10 miles?
No, I'm just.
Do you want me to Google it? You want me to Google it?
No.
No, do you want me to whisper the answer to you?
I got it. It is
If you want.
66.7 feet according to ChatGPT.
Right. And that's exactly what 8 inches per mile squared gives you as the result.
Fuck the
Yep.
whiteboards. Don't let me in.
That's what they did. That's what ChatGPT did. So we're all everybody's happy with that.
No, knowledge says that that's not correct.
No, he was
No,
saying it was
that's not what I
incorrect
said.
relative to the washover distance. Because we're just using a
It
math.
actually is, because
we're
it
actually
doesn't-
calculating. We're not measuring drop over distance. We're calculating with saying 10 miles and then with using
see what
inches
he doesn't want to
drop
do,
over
Talon.
distance.
Like if you take Al Baruni's like formula, it puts refraction into the equation, and that's what he doesn't want to do. He just wants to take
how
8
did
inches
Al
mile per square
Baruni
because it's
did
accurate.
Al
We're just
Baruni account?
calculating.
Al Baruni didn't account
Hey,
for
buddy,
refraction.
shut up.
You
You're dumb.
idiot.
No, no,
Really?
really, you
Me
shouldn't tell people
shut up?
Yeah.
How about I shut you up? How about that?
Thank you.
I think you might be having trouble, DJ, distinguishing the difference between when a test is performed using 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and trying to measure drop over distance using 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, he's completely retarded.
Can
that guy.
Can I just like prove a few things that literally prove that the Earth is round?
Yeah, go for it.
So first is there's a few that I have, but one of them, which is very obvious, is gravity. If the Earth was flat, how would gravity work?
Gravity as in things drop when you let go of them.
No, I'm pretty sure gravity can work on a flat surface, can it?
Well, we agree that things fall at 9.81 meters per second squared in a vacuum. Right, so we can agree on that effect that we can all measure, right? As an averaged effect, it's approximately that, right? So if things fall when you drop it, if that's what you mean by gravity, then right, we can be in agreement. But if you think that the Earth's a globe, right, and you think gravity is mass attracting everything towards the center of mass, that means that the surface of water should be curving over distance. And when we test that, we can't find that curvature. So if you guys can find it, let us know.
Well, I also want to say, like, I'm talking about for gravity, how like gravity pulls matter toward a like central point, which is that's what a sphere is. That's what like that naturally forms a sphere. And the Earth is like also has a slight little like bulge, kind of like an oval. So it's called an oblate spheroid, but it's basically round. Every planet is like that, where it's kind of what I want to say oval. And also what I'm talking about is like lunar eclipses. When the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, it's always circular. And if like you could say that it's a disk, but then how do we have?
No, we don't think it's a disk.
What do you think it is? Like,
yeah, what's the disk?
We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth.
That one Greek shit, I think.
Well, I've seen firsthand the Earth in the solar eclipse. Or was that the moon?
Right. So if the surface of the water isn't curving, then obviously it can't be curving Earth that's causing what you're seeing with the moon, right? And sometimes that shadow that you see on the moon, right, it should be a convex shadow, but it's concave shadow.
I actually don't know anyone in here who's a flat earther. Like, I cannot get information out of anyone who here believes in the
There's a bunch of there's a bunch of people.
We all do.
Oh, you all?
Everyone in here's a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Well, can I ask a few questions then?
Of course.
Okay. How do you think hurricanes work?
High pressure systems, low pressure systems.
So,
right.
You know the difference between hurricanes between if they're above or north, not above, north of the equator or below the equator.
Yeah.
Things moving freely that are deflected to the right, but only if you're in north, and then it's the opposite for if you're in the south. That alone proves that the Earth is round. It can't do that on a flat surface.
Well, really,
also,
okay, so what about this though, right? What if we actually measure the surface of water over distance and it's not curving? Then what? Right, that would debunk your hurricane theory.
No, if you put a little tiny grain of rice on a giant spear, it's gonna look flat from far away.
What, from
the only proof a lot
grain
of
of
you guys
rice's
have the Earth
eyes?
flat is your eyes.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, so we have very, very good technology now that we can use to test for the Earth curvature that should be
and
there.
they're all saying that it's curved.
No, every single test shows that there's no curvature. We can show you the tests, and then we can see your tests that you think exist that show curvature.
When you shake your head, do you hear rocks in it? Okay, so I'm guessing you've heard of the Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah.
Good. So
are you over 13?
You understand that if you go 10 kilometers.
Hey kid, are you over 13 years old? You were old enough to be in here.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Okay. So
Young
if you
Sheldon
go
looking at.
10 kilometers to the right, 10 kilometers to the left, and 10 kilometers back up, you realize that you'd be on a big sphere, right? So a triangle on a big sphere. You won't be able to do that on a flat surface.
Okay, show us who did that.
Shows you, what do you...
Hey, hold on one
What do you mean,
second. Hold on, hold
So
on.
what you're saying could work in theory, right? But who's actually gone out and done what you're suggesting? Show us the test.
Lots of people.
back
Have
up
you
your claim.
heard of that one ship in Spain that
Name one.
went
Name
left
one.
and ended up the same way they started?
What was the name of the ship?
Let me see. Here's Ashral, that's the Greece guy.
This dude, he really said that I can't look left, right, and up on a flat plane. Is that what he said?
Yeah, something like that.
What the dude?
Neil.
You guys, I can't believe this. You guys are all flat earthers. It's like seeing an alien ship. Like,
No, there's hundreds of millions of flat earthers
real.
out there, dude.
yeah, that's
Yeah. I know it's painful for you, right? But here's a test in the side chat, right? Here's two tests in the side chat that
another reason
are
why
impossible on a globe and debunk the globe, right? So I'm giving you some tests, right? You still haven't provided any empirical
Why
evidence
does
at all.
the sun get lower? If we were on a flat surface, right?
Why okay, do you know what perspective is?
Okay. Also, how would time zones work?
That's it. Okay.
No.
Time zones are a political construct. Okay, but if you're talking about
Time
just
don't exist,
daytime,
though.
nighttime, that means that's because the sun moves.
Oh my
right,
god.
the movement of the sun creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, high pressure systems, low pressure systems, waves, wind. All of these things are caused by the sun moving.
Yeah, and also just so you know, hurricanes are not exclusive to a globe. I don't know why anybody would think that. You could have hurricanes on a flat earth.
God. Oh my. Oh,
yeah, why not?
I don't know what to say. Oh.
Yeah,
Nothing
you're gobsmacked.
claimed as exclusive at all.
That's.
Hey,
I have
hey
nothing
Ray,
to
I
say.
got a question. I got a question for you, Ray.
Yeah.
Right, so, all right. So, how does the globe spin? What causes it?
It's fucking spinning.
Yeah, the globe. You think the globe spins, right?
Yes.
What causes it to spin? Why does it spin?
The fucking sun.
You think the globe Earth spins because of the sun? How does the sun make the globe spin?
The sun plays a song.
It's gravity.
And how does that make the globe spin?
Oh my gosh.
It's
I can't believe you're like this.
Take a deep breath, Ray. You can handle this.
Yeah. So the sun is supposedly a gravitational force. It just pulls it towards its center. Doesn't make it rotate.
Yeah, so why is the globe spinning? And how did that come to be? And what keeps it spinning?
Like,
so you guys don't even know basics. Okay, let's all right, we'll go easier. We'll go easier with the question. Does the globe spin east to west or west to east?
West to east.
Hey, good job. Do you know the radius?
It just goes on its axis. I mean, like, I can't believe you're actually. How old
I
are
don't
you?
think you know what a radius is.
How old
So
are
you don't know
you?
what a radius? Do you know what a radius is? I'm
Yes.
43 years old.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
She's having a blast. I
Goodness.
wish I'm so jealous. Oh, I want to go back to
You
it the
think
first
the Earth is
time.
flat?
Yeah, we've tested
they're
the
totally
Earth.
real, Ray. Just ask. You have to ask them questions, Ray.
So I just put two observations in the side chat. Right? If you want me to explain them to you, I can explain why they debunk the globe.
My God.
Ray, you okay?
We're okay. I'm looking at them right now, and
Pick one.
yeah, I'll look at it.
Okay. Okay. How about this? How about this logic? Is that you, Jesse? Shiny?
Yeah.
Good to see you, brother.
Now do your thing, right?
Section 1.
Hey, just quickly, Ray. Right. So, right, if gravity is pulling all of the water and everything towards the center of mass, do you think that we can calculate how much the water should be curving over a certain distance, like 20 miles, for example?
Whether what lock and release action of the laser beam was carried out.
Huh? Sorry, I'm listening to this right now.
What is
If you want to check out one of the videos and get back to us on that, then I won't keep talking to you.
Nice.
All right, I just think it's funny. It's like this person saying condescendingly, "I can't believe you think the Earth is flat." But in your ball model, you think you're flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour, and all you're doing is you're inside your house. So why the fuck do you think you're flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour?
Oh my god.
In non-linear vectors, by the way.
Yeah, that's
everyone in here-
probably more like 1.5 million miles per hour.
Like, what are you, nuts? Like, yeah, you go outside, the ground is flat. That's what everybody sees. But nobody experiences flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour. But that's what the scientists decided that the globe requires. The globe doesn't make sense unless you're flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour. So do you think that's happening?
Yes.
All right, well, why?
There's even photographic evidence of the Earth being round-ish. Not perfectly round, but
round-ish.
Did you count the pixels to verify if it was perfectly round or not?
it's fucking mountains and shit. You think it's gonna be 100% perfectly round?
Do you think if you shrunk the globe down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smooth like a cue ball?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I need to be around smart people again. This is draining me.
Struggling to keep up.
Right. So look here. He's
gone.
He left. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's a shit.
No. You did a good job too. You did a great job.
We could give him Talon. We could give him a participation trophy for sure.
I'm so jealous of a first-time Glober. That was beautiful.
Yo, my boy Knowledge is muted. Yo, I fuck with this dude Knowledge.
You want to talk to him?
Knowledge is being rude.
I don't know why
I'm gonna unmute.
He deserved his mutes are deserved because he was being rude and calling people names and telling them they were stupid.
What else is there?
Scott. All right, you want to talk to Knowledge, Jesse? We'll see if he's Knowledge. You there? You're unmuted, buddy.
I don't really know what to talk about. Oh shit! All right.
He probably won't mute up. He's probably chugging bong hits or something at the moment.
Me and Lats were talking about models before the group filled up.
Oh yeah,
We're talking about just models in general.
You don't need one to determine if something's flat, right?
What are models? That's my question right now. What are models?
Are you talking about like scientific models or just like a small version of an object?
I guess is that what you consider models?
No, there's different types. There's different types of models. So you could have a mathematical model. You could have a like a replica, like a little mini model of like a car or something or a horse or whatever. Or you could, there's probably a whole bunch of different types of models. So it depends what type of model that you would be talking about, I guess.
Okay. The Earth model, I think, is the one I do want to talk about. If you don't mind.
Okay, can you post that for us in the side chat so we can have a look at it?
Well, we've got all the models. We got the glow. There's actually depends on which one you cite, because like you cited the one with the radius. So like an Earth with a radius is only a spherical model of a perfect sphere. You can only make a sphere with a radius, right?
It's just an average, right? It's only a tiny. It's 0.3% off being a perfect sphere.
All right, so you're assuming, right? So we can all agree
that's what. No. That's what they claim. It's just what they claim.
That's just a basic assumption of what the shape is.
No, they say it's an oblate. They tell us the exact radius, right, at the poles and at the equator, and it's just slightly different, different by 0.3%.
And then if you pick any other ones, it's literally just gets more right.
It's so minute that when they calculate for drop over distance, they don't take that into account because it just makes like over a 20-mile distance or something. It doesn't really make much of a difference. It's like a point or something. It's like 266.4 feet, or at the equator, it would be like 266.6 feet or something. Like it's hardly
It's got to be so small, right? Like you can barely, I don't even think you'd be able to notice with the naked eye. Because I think that's what happens when you take pictures of it from afar, of the Earth. But that's mostly the water at level.
Yeah, it fits. Like if you look at the blue marble, right? It fits in a perfect. If you do a perfect circle in Photoshop, you can just pop it right in there. Perfectly.
Well, it's going to be a perfect circle because it's level. Like most 70% of it is level, and then just like the Earth is so like the continents are only slightly curved above the water.
Yeah, on
above sea level.
Right. If it was a globe, right? Yeah.
That's what forms continents. Is the amount of land that's curved above sea level.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm changing my evidence to. We've directly measured the curvature of the continent.
How?
With theodolites.
Okay, show me one actual observation with a theodolite that matches a globe.
Yes. Well, okay, that's an unfair question. Like you can't do that.
What?
You can't ask an impossible. You can't ask an impossible question.
You just said it's been measured with theodolites.
That's loaded.
No, it's not loaded.
Yeah.
What?
Hold on, I'm gonna get you.
You said that we know the continents are curved, right? Because of observations with theodolites. And I just asked if you have one that validates that.
Yeah.
Not so you just have some numbers on a piece of paper, don't you? That you believe.
No. You said theodolites. That's what this is. So have you seen the Great Trick Survey? I haven't sent it to you before.
That sounds like a very reasonable question.
I've heard your arguments plenty of times, bro. I've been over all these arguments as well with other people. So if you could show me confirmation of any of the numbers in that survey.
Well, we're just talking about the measurements of the continent.
How did they do them? All right, so pick any of the measurements and show me how you validated one of any one of the measurements.
Okay, well let's work on what do you mean validate the measurements?
Well, it's just if I just showed you some numbers on paper, right? You would say, well, how do I know that these are true and that this actually was taking all of the confounding variables into account and all of that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's why I sent you the Wikipedia page because that's the easiest way to start.
Right, but there's no observation listed on that.
The Great Tricks. What do you mean? It was a huge project. It was a survey.
Yeah, I know what it was. Right. I just haven't seen. Okay, so how did they do the measurement? How did they do the measurement?
With theodolites.
Okay, so walk me through the process.
They take a theodolite and then they take somebody with a mirror and they measure about every 50 miles, and then they get and they measure the distance and then because they have to. Oh my God! I have to explain to you how theodolites work.
No, I know how they work. Right? I'm just going to pick apart the test.
So, well, wait a minute. I just want you no. You're not even picking apart the test. You're just pretending that you're being willfully ignorant about how theodolites work.
No, I know how they work. I'm seeing if you know.
Distance measurements between 2 points. I shouldn't have to explain that.
Okay, so how did they?
That's not correct. You're measuring a vertical angle, not a distance.
Well, let's just take it easy. We're taking little steps at a time.
So you don't know how they work.
It's having a hard time.
So funny.
That's part of the theodolite because they make sure that the theodolite is plumb.
That's not distance. Plumb's not distance.
Well, yeah, when you want a distance measurement from one point to another, you want to make sure both points are plumb.
But you just got done trying to say he didn't know how it worked, and you just said something wrong. So that's just fucking stupid.
What are you talking about? You don't even know how these theodolites. You don't even know how the great theodolites work, Shiny. You've never read my piece of information. You never read my evidence.
You already butchered it.
No, I haven't butchered it. You're just interrupting me now at this point.
No, I'm not. I didn't interrupt you at all.
Well, then you got to let me finish talking.
I did.
No, you didn't. You've been interrupting me.
No, I haven't.
Or
I
no,
think
you're
So
that's
what?
the
How do you
questions.
hours? Why don't you get a real measurement?
Well, you're just saying
Why
it
don't you get a
wrong.
real
You won't
measurement?
make
Everybody
point.
wants to look at a fucking telescope when the light is bending. He's like, oh, it's not where it's supposed to be. The light's bending. So go get a real measurement of Earth curve for once in your fucking life.
That's what the Great Church Survey is.
So how does a theodolite
Long
measure
distance
distance?
observation.
No, this is like
How
elementary
does it?
shit.
How does a theodolite measure distance?
What? How does a theodolite measure distance?
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, they measure angles.
You said that they measured. Yeah,
You
that's what
you
he
can
said. You
measure
said they measure distance.
You can measure distance in miles with between 2 points. Are you fucking like? Do you
How?
not know how map? Do you not know how fucking?
Oh God, he doesn't know.
Whoa! You don't know
How do you get a
distance is
distance from an
measured?
angle? Can you tell me how
Hold
you
on,
get
wait
a
a minute.
distance from an angle?
No, I mean, no. Now you're just asking stupid questions.
No, that's not a stupid question at all. It's a very
No,
valid
maybe we
question
should.
right
Maybe we should like cancel this.
Maybe you should Google it. No, it's fine.
He's starting to melt.
We're not mad at you.
Don't
You
melt.
can
measured
Google
curve.
how do you get a distance from an angle. Just Google it. It's fine.
All right, now I got to.
We're not mad at you, bro.
You guys are okay. I mean, this is just going to be boring because now your questions are boring. My explanations are not boring. This is what the problem with you talking.
Did you
I have
Google
to
it?
explain. What? What's the question? You got to tell me.
You have to know the height of the target when you measure the vertical angle, and then that correlates a distance.
Yeah, so you obviously don't understand how the Great Trig Survey
But
works.
why wouldn't you just say that? I mean, if you knew how surveying
I shouldn't have to say that, Shiny. I shouldn't have to explain to you how baselines
I'm
work.
sorry,
That's you.
but like I'm hearing a
That's your
conversation about
problem,
surveying,
Shiny.
like you're getting shit wrong, bro.
That's a you problem, my friend. So you're literally interrupting me and DJ having a conversation about models.
I don't care.
Is that your tactic? Just say people are interrupting you and not actually answer the question? Because DJ asked you the question first, and then Shiny asked. So, yeah.
Well, no, I'm getting gang. Well, I mean, it's hard to get a question out of people that are ganging up on you.
Look, we love talking about surveying.
So
We
what
can
was the
talk about it
question,
all day.
Neil?
Let's talk about it.
What was the question?
Right. So
yeah, vertical.
we were just
No. Like, how do we measure distance?
no. You were saying that the theodolites measured the distance, right? And then he called you out on that because that's incorrect.
All right,
And
I
then you
corrected
should
myself.
you
And
should-
I literally corrected myself and said angular measurements.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you have a theodolite set up at one location, and then what do you have set up at the second location?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What do you have set up at point B?
Fucking mirror.
A mirror. Okay,
It measures
so
angles.
you're going.
Yeah. So I corrected myself. It measures angles. Yeah.
Okay, right. And how are they accounting for the atmospheric conditions?
What they take a lot of measurements.
Okay, so how did they take the measurements, and where's the evidence of the measurements that were taken?
They measured. They took a lot of measurements over the course of a month at a specific time during the season, and with from both ways. They always go from point A to point B, and then point B to A with the mirror and the theodolite.
Right, but the atmospheric conditions are constantly changing. Right, every second they're changing.
No, India
Yes.
doesn't. India is a tropical paradise. It doesn't change that much. There's a slight variation in season, but over the course of the month, as long as you
It
measure
changes.
within. Excuse me, I'm going to finish. But as long as you measure within 30 to 50 miles, it's easy to correct for refraction, environmental
Oh,
refraction.
really? Okay, where's the evidence that India doesn't have changing conditions?
Excuse me. Have you ever heard of the fucking almanac?
Right, so it changes constantly as the weather fluctuates throughout the day. They have wind, right? They have
That's why they
changes.
they take
changes
measurements at the beginning of the. They take measurements in the morning and at night. I mean, this is
Okay, show
easy
us
shit.
one.
This is easy shit. You should already know. This is easy
No,
shit. You guys look dumb that I have
You're
to
not
explain
doing
this.
well, dude. You're not
I'm
doing well.
explaining it, but you don't. It's sad that I have to explain this.
So how
Yo,
did
when are
they
you gonna
account?
get to the part where surveying proves Earth curve? When are you gonna get to that part?
Yeah, because the continent is curved. Because you can measure the angles greater than 180 degrees.
Okay, show us one observation where they did that.
They the Great Trig Survey is the compilation of all the observations, DJ.
Oh, so it's just trust me, bro. Is that it?
Excuse me, it's thousands of measurements, DJ. Like, get it through. Do I have to get it through your thick skull that they directly physically measured the Earth from
Wow.
one
So
point,
you
from the
were
northern
complaining
point of
about
India to the southern point of India,
you
and
were
then they
complaining
went from
about
west
knowledge
to
spazzing
east.
out,
And then
and you
they went
said that he was being rude and that he should get muted because he was being rude, and now you're doing exactly what he was doing.
I disagree. You're just lying because you're losing.
No, I'm not losing.
Yeah, that India survey, if you actually look at all the observations that they made, they had to make tons of corrections that they attributed to instrument error, human error, refraction, collimation error, because the observations never matched the globe prediction. That's reported from the survey. So I don't know what you're talking about. They measured a globe. No, they didn't.
So if you want, wait a minute, shiny money. I've gone over this lots of times, but I'll go over it with you.
I actually read that stupid fucking survey.
No, shiny.
The angles that they need for the ball is literally held against the They have a calculation and an observation, and they're always different. The calculation for where you should see something on a ball on a globe with a radius of $4,000, whatever.
So wait a minute.
The
I have to ask
observation
you a question,
is
Shiny.
always different than the calculation. If you look at that survey, you'd know that.
He's just interrupting again. This is Shiny interrupting the discussion.
No, it's not interrupting
him.
Refutation. I'm refuting your dumb claim that they measured a globe during the India survey. No, they didn't. None of the angles comport to a globe. They put the observation against the calculation, and then they claim that they have to make corrections for instrument error, human error, refraction, and collimation. Go look it up, dude. I'm not lying.
Okay, I'm ready to. Once he stops talking over me, I have a question for Shiny Money. Do you, Shiny, when you take measurements, do you want them to be correct? Yes or no?
Oh my God, what the fuck kind of question?
Can you answer correctly? A simple question.
Didn't listen to what he said.
When you take measurements, Shiny, do you want them to be correct or incorrect? I'm just asking you. This is a new conversation, Shiny.
I don't think you know
actually
anything.
get through it.
You don't know what collimation is. You don't know what anything.
So, do you want measurements to be incorrect or correct, Shiny?
Yeah, dude, they're only incorrect if you presume you're on a ball. You know, you take a measurement and it's like, oh my God, it doesn't matter. My measurement must be incorrect.
I'm going to open the question to anybody.
But you're presuming you're on a ball. So when your observation doesn't match your calculation, you say my observation's incorrect because I have to be on a ball. That's not actually what's going on, though. Like, you understand that's stupid?
He's refusing to answer the question. Do you want measurements to be correct or incorrect, Shiny?
What a dumb thing. That is so dumb. Malformed question.
Does anybody else want to answer?
What?
Do you want correct measurements or incorrect measurements?
Correct to what?
To being right, to being accurate.
It's not right unless it matches a ball. So your observation.
You want accurate measurements, Shiny?
So there's something wrong with your measurement because it doesn't match a ball, right?
Shiny, do you want accurate measurements or inaccurate measurements?
What makes the observation inaccurate? Because it doesn't match your ball? Like, do you realize what's going on? Do you hear yourself?
I'm schooling you, Shining Money, but we'll get there.
I think you're a fucking idiot right now.
Ooh, he's
getting wrecked, Talon. It's not working out well for you, but
okay. See, I would like to talk to DJ because
honestly, you shouldn't try to debate me. You should debate someone else, dude. I'm sorry.
Well, we go over the correction thing pretty repeatedly. So you literally think that corrections make something.
DJ wants to be nice to you. Okay, I don't want.
So do we want? So when you do corrections, does that correct the measurement? When you calculate when corrections are calculated, does that make the calculations correct or incorrect?
Talon, what are you comparing the observations or measurements to know if they're correct or accurate?
Excuse me?
What are you comparing the observations or measurements to know if they are correct?
To the Earth?
As a
shape?
Yes, as a ball.
As a shape. As a shape.
Oh my God! He sees where he was walking and then just kind of stopped and said "derp." Like maybe.
Excuse me, I said a shape. We're measuring the shape of the.
Now you hear what you're saying.
This is. Okay. I should. Again, we've gone over this lots of times, but we can go over it over and over again. But we are measuring the shape of the Earth.
The shape of the Earth. It didn't measure as a ball. So why would you say that it's an incorrect measurement because it doesn't match a ball when the observation doesn't measure as a ball. Why would you say that's incorrect?
I didn't say
Why?
that. That's
Well, that's what you're presuming. You're presuming the measurement is correct because it doesn't match your calculation for a ball. Okay, you get it now? You're
No.
assuming it's incorrect because you
we're
presume
going
the
back to
ball,
models.
but in this measurement, this is when you're going to confirm whether or not it's a ball. This is the measurement to confirm if it's a ball.
The shape.
You don't have an observation of the ball yet.
The shape. We're measuring the shape of the Earth. The shape.
It doesn't matter what the fuck word you use for the surface. It doesn't matter.
So like
They
we
weren't
don't.
trying
We
to
actually, this
measure
is
the
what we were
shape
talking
of the
about.
Earth in that. They weren't even trying to measure the shape of the Earth in that.
Angular measurements of the surface of India.
Yeah, they weren't trying to work out if the Earth was a globe and try to measure a globe, right? They were just model fitting.
What does that mean?
So they took their angle measurements, right, and then they applied corrections, and then they added that to their model that they were trying to fit it to.
They calculated a model.
Right. They had a model that they were trying to.
Took
right,
the
they had
measurement.
a previous model, right? They had a previous model that they were making predictions with. Okay, and then they were taking extremely rough, right, angle measurements, right, with extremely rough conditions, not accounting for refraction correctly at all. Okay,
Tigers
and then when the observations didn't match their predictions, right, they would discard ones that were too far off, and then they would keep doing them until they got some that went close to their predictions, and then they would use refraction and instrument error to try to fit it to their presupposed globe model, which they were trying
well said.
to fit it to.
Oh my god, that was the word. The end of that is just great. I love the end of what you just said there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it just waffles out like that. You couldn't explain the like.
my.
Okay, so what are they doing again? What are they doing with the model there again? Like I don't want to be rude or anything, but I just don't understand what you think that they did with the model.
Which model?
Because you were right. You're right that they disproved the 360-degree model. Do you know that?
What?
I agree with you there.
They disproved what?
You just admitted that they disproved the 360-degree model, and they found an
What model is that? Yeah.
That's the oblate spheroid model. That's the model that fit.
Is the globe claimed to be an oblate spheroid?
Yeah, that's what the Great Trig Survey says. Is oblate
and they debunked it.
Like we are not like I do not believe in 360-degree globe. I believe in oblate spheroid.
Shout out to Talon. That's a big step you're taking right there, bro.
What does that mean?
You just said they debunked the oblate spheroid model.
No. You literally just said the opposite of what I said. The 360-degree model. No. Let's try that again. Let's try that again, DJ. You said you can't just say the opposite of what I fucking said. I said that they had the 360-degree model and they disproved it with the measurements and they found an oblate spheroid.
What? That's
okay.
Do you think that previous?
Yes.
Do you think that previous to that they thought the Earth was a perfect sphere?
Yes.
And after they did that survey, that's when the oblate spheroid was invented.
That's when they discovered the Great Trig Survey. Is when they discovered the oblate spheroid for the first time,
right?
By directly, physically measuring it.
Right. So you're on a topographical plane, which is not bending at the radius of 3959. You got oblate spheroid. You got flattened top. You got a bulge near the center. Okay, so when did you measure a ball? What are you talking about? You still don't have your ball radius. You're like, they measured the oblate. That means you didn't get your ball radius.
Right. I have had to change my evidence is that we only know that the continents are curved.
Mid-debate? That means
as far as direct measurements, we haven't done the bottoms of the oceans.
That's true.
It's true. So we can all agree. Like, I'm not going to try to say that we've directly measured the entire globe, which we haven't physically done.
All right. So just quickly. So when was that survey done? What year?
It was the 1860s.
Okay.
It took them like 40 years.
I just looked.
It took them like 30 years, dude.
Hold on a second. Okay. So look, I just looked up when was the oblate spheroid discovered, and it says that it was discovered by in the 17th century. Okay, and even in the 16th century, a French astronomer, Jean Richer, said that that's what it is. And it was in the 1700s, right? So the empirical proof came in the 1700s. The French Academy of Sciences sent out teams to Lapland to measure the physical length of a degree of latitude. Okay, so you're just full of shit, right? Everything you say is just made up bullshit.
No, what do you mean? The Great Trig Survey of India is literally on the list of shit that they did.
No, they already thought it was an oblate spheroid in the 1700s.
No, but all they could do was measure meridian arcs in the Arctic and then near the equator. So they knew that the radius was so that they knew it was a little flatter on the poles.
You said that before that survey, they thought the Earth was a perfect sphere. Okay, and they debunked that, and that's when the oblate spheroid was invented, or whatever you want to call it, discovered. Okay, that's factually incorrect.
No, this all happened in the 18th and 19th centuries.
No,
17th
right?
and 18th.
In the 1700s, right? What?
Yeah, you're like
the Earth was first theorized to be an oblate spheroid in the late 17th century by Isaac Newton. Okay. Theories include, right, in the 1600s by Isaac Newton and by a French astronomer, and then empirical proof came in the 1700s, right, with French expeditions. So, I mean, it doesn't say anything about the survey that you're talking about here at all.
Well, you should. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, what are you looking up?
Okay, so when was the Earth discovered to be an oblate spheroid?
Well, that's just saying when it was first discovered, but it wasn't directly measured until they did the Great Trig Survey.
No, it says empirical proof came in the 1700s. Expeditions, the French Academy of Sciences sent out teams to Lapland.
Of meridian arcs. They knew that there was a little more curvature on the equator, but they didn't know that like the whole Earth, like it was an oblate spheroid. No, I'm kidding. But they didn't physically measure the oblate part until they did India, because India's on the equator. So like they got
that's not even true. That's incorrect.
Because you got to think about India.
Absolute shit.
Pierre Bouger claimed to
I'm sure they did every continent. They did every continent.
You're just talking over the facts while you're lying. You don't know who measured the oblateness? It was Pierre Bouger. Look it up. PIERRE.
1802. It was begun in 1802.
Why are you interrupting again when you don't know what you're talking about? You don't. All right, go ahead and keep yelling about things you don't know about.
That was the whole point.
First time somebody claimed to measure any oblateness near the equator was Pierre Bouger, or like however you pronounce that French name. Bougere. Pierre. Pierre Bouger. Google that guy.
Isaac Newton figured it out in 1687 because of the
no, that's not a measurement.
Gravity.
Just presuming, Earth must be spinning, so it also must be oblate. Yeah, lots of people thought something stupid like that, but that's not a measurement of oblateness. So the first time somebody claimed to measure any oblateness was with the stars. They claimed that the stars weren't like declining at the right rate near the equator. You look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Sorry, when did you say? What did you just say, Talon? What did you say? What did you say? What year, Newton? Something
1687,
about Newton?
according to ChatGPT.
What did he discover?
The theory of gravity, Earth's rotation. Since he knew Earth was rotating, it was probably squishing.
How did he validate?
Oh, because of he understood mass and centrifugal force, gravity.
Even according to the current astrophysicists, right? They say that Newton didn't know what caused it, so he invented something called gravity. They don't know what gravity is or where gravity comes from. There's 80-something theories of gravity, and none of them have any scientific validation through experimentation, right? They're just theories that are textbook definition pseudoscience.
Oh, well, now you're making claims.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, prove me wrong.
So, the Cassini family sent French expeditions in 1738 to check on the equator and the Arctic. That sucks. Can you imagine being stuck with the Arctic one?
So you can't show us a single observation that's been done throughout all of history.
We're talking about all the historical observations.
You're just talking about some, trust me, bro, numbers on paper. Imagine if we just came to you with some numbers on paper.
Bro, these people went to the fucking Arctic and measured.
They weren't trying to measure for Earth curvature. They were trying to. They already thought the Earth was a globe. They weren't trying to see if the Earth was flat or a globe.
All math is numbers on paper.
Exactly, and if it's claimed to match reality, then you would have to validate that the numbers on the paper match reality.
Okay, well, you gotta let me do that. You're interrupting me.
You need to show me one test where they did that.
Well, that's what we're working on. We're talking about the French expeditions right now in the 1700s.
You don't. There's literally zero footage of them doing a single test.
Dude, the cameras weren't invented until like the 1860s.
Exactly. So it's just a trust me, bro story. Isn't there anyone that's
what the fuck
done one long distance observation? You're just giving me stories from the olden days, right? Where they didn't even understand. They didn't even understand that you had to account for wet term and dry term when you're accounting for refraction. They didn't even know that back then.
Sorry, this is the history of from the National Oceanic.
Oh, okay. It must be true then, just because it's from the National Oceanic.
Sorry, it's NOAA. I don't know.
Well, it must be true. It must be true because NOAA, it's from them. Yeah, it must be true.
Yep.
Trust me, bro.
That's where they.
Well, we can show you tests that were done in real time, live streamed, where they accounted for the atmospheric conditions. Right? They did repeated tests from different heights. I can show you high definition videos.
National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency. Oceanic Atmospheric Agency. Yeah. Do you really hate NOAA because it's got sphere in the word or in the full acronym?
I didn't say anything about that. I said you can't just say the name of an agency and think that that's empirical evidence of anything.
All right, well, I'm just reading about the stuff they did before the Great Chig Survey. I got no problem looking it up.
Right, but they didn't
America,
even
they did 1807. Started in India in 1802. They were done by 1807.
Who cares? Show me any of that was done correctly.
North America.
Now, all you're doing right now is just waffling on with bullshit. Is there anyone else here that wants to have a real conversation?
Do you know about the transcontinental arc of triangulation connecting the United States from the Atlantic to the Pacific? I bet you know.
Yes, I do, actually.
Oh, because it's on the National Geodetic Survey milestones.
Yeah, I know all about the Transcontinental American Arc of the Parallel Survey. Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about geodetic surveys.
Right, where they take plane, right? They do plane surveying. Okay, and then they model fit. And they didn't account for refraction. They didn't account for refraction correctly, right? They only accounted for the dry term, which is not correctly accounting for refraction. Okay, and they only took two measurements at only two different heights of the temperature. Okay, and they had observations that were wildly off, which they just threw away. So when it didn't match their model, they would just throw it away and discard it, and they would keep the ones that matched the predictions the closest, right? And then they would still not match the model that they were trying to fit it to. So they would then adjust it, saying that there was instrument error and certain levels of refraction, right? Like reverse engineering it. Oh, it was off by a certain amount, so therefore there must have been higher refraction. It's ridiculous.
And why did they do it? They didn't do that though.
That's exactly what they did. Have you read the paper?
What do you mean? You're just making it up. You're just saying that they couldn't get it.
I have a whole channel in my server dedicated to that exact survey.
What channel are you talking about?
I have a server, right? It's like a giant library, and when I research things, I log it all in channels in there, and one of them was going over that survey that you just mentioned.
Oh, cool! I'm glad that my evidence is
Transcontinental
showing
Arc of
up
the
in your
Parallel
little
survey.
propaganda library.
Yeah, a lot of it's propaganda because it's globe information.
Wait, so you think they're cherry picking models? That's all you're saying?
Yeah, well, they're not. Yeah, they're just right. So they're just model fitting. It's reverse engineering. They're pre-assuming it's a globe before they even start the survey, right? And then they have a particular model that they're trying to fit the measurements to. So they'll make the predictions of what they're going to measure, right? And then they'll take that and then they'll adjust it to retrofit it onto the new model, right? On the updated model. Yeah.
How do they do that?
How do they do that? They take angle measurements, right? And they make a prediction based on standard refraction. They're using 8 inches per mile squared formula, and they make a prediction on how much drop over distance there's going to be, right, on each observation. Okay, and then they take that, and if it doesn't match, right, then they'll put it down to abnormal refraction conditions and instrument error, and they'll throw it away. And they'll keep taking more and more close to what they want, right? And then they'll take that data and they'll adjust it, right, using basically like turning knobs, right? So they'll use instrument error and refraction as these little turning knobs to fit it onto a globe, right? Because there's not that much difference between a globe or a flat Earth over these distances that they're taking the measurements, right? So they only have to make small adjustments to fit it onto their geoid model, or whichever model they were trying to fit it onto at the time.
They had both more than one model where either the Earth was going to be spherical or it's going to be oblate. So they had multiple models, but they picked one out of the two. They didn't just they didn't model fit at all. They picked the one that most accurately matched the measurements, which was an oblate spheroid.
They had particular models that they were using. I can look at the exact name of the model, right? So they had a previous model, right? And then they're trying to make an updated model. But each of the models is just pre-assuming that the Earth's a globe in the first place.
It's not pre-assuming anything. It's taking the measurements and calculating the models. It's resolving. Because it's partial measurement. Because you're taking a partial measurement of something that's so huge, you can't take an entire measurement of it. And so we're still just having to use models. So that way we can.
They were incorrectly accounting. They did. Okay. Well, do you think it's refraction exists?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they didn't accurately account for that.
Yes, they did. They did that.
Okay, how did they account for it?
By doing it, I can say this. Hold on, let me just reset real quick. In order to account for environmental errors in the measurements, they had to take the measurements within 30 to 50 miles, and they had to do it over the course of a month, and they had to do it from both ways, and they had to do it at the beginning in the morning and in the evening. And so that way they knew any change in measurements from the morning to the evening would account. They can account for refraction because they know in the morning.
What you want to say is atmospheric refraction causes vertical displacement based on the temperature gradient.
Oh, sorry. I was in the middle of talking. Shiny, I can't.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot, man. We all hear you. Now here comes somebody else.
Well, we're having a conversation.
Yeah, I know, and it's in a room full of people that might also talk as well, so don't panic.
Shit. Well, it was a good derail.
It's an open panel, dude.
It's called atmospheric refraction, man.
Refraction. We're accounting for refraction.
Refraction vertically displaces the image in the distance. It doesn't move it back and forth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, but you can take lots of measurements.
The observations that are taken in reality, you guys have to claim that the horizon moves back and forth due to refraction. Refraction only causes vertical displacement.
Right. That's the exact
So
reason.
if I
that
post
it-
this image of the black swan, all right, what are you going to tell me is happening in this image? Let's find out. I'm going to post it right now. We're going to find out what you say this is.
Oh man, you guys, we've done the black swan before.
I can't post photos, but I'm sure somebody knows exactly what.
Let me think about my lineup for that one. I have a.
Why try to refute?
I have a
something
library.
when you know you don't have a refutation. You would have the refutation if there was one. You know.
I'll post it in a second. I just want to ask him how taking multiple measurements throughout the day, right, is going to account for refraction. Because which one of those measurements are you going to take to put down on paper?
No, you average it out.
That's not how you account for refraction. That would be inaccurate if you averaged it out.
It's a huge pain in the ass for
Yeah, what if you have 5 days of consistent heavy refraction? Then your average could be where there's the most refraction. Like just taking observations over the course of 5 days doesn't tell you what's happening in the atmosphere. You know?
Right. So that's like they made a prediction on what they would encounter in the distance based on standard atmospheric refraction. Okay. And then they took their measurements and then they worked out how much it was off by that. It's reverse engineering what they did, right? They were just reverse engineering based off cherry-picked data, and they threw out all of the measurements that were too far off the globe.
Counting for refraction. Well, wait a minute. And counting for refraction ensures the angle measurements represent the Earth's geometry rather than distortions.
Did you
caused by
read the
atmosphere.
screenshot? They didn't account for refraction at all. It says it right here at the bottom of the screenshot. It says
refraction.
It says refraction is not occurring. Like, right, it says non-specialized means within a normal range. They didn't that tells me right there they didn't do it. They didn't add in that calculation.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's see what brain rot here is talking about.
He's just being.
What are you talking about?
He's being a fake flat earther. He's being a fake flat earther. He's not good at it.
Bro, every survey since the 1800s accounted for refraction. I don't know what you just read.
Yeah, knowledge. What survey are you even talking about here?
Oh, it's the laser test that you posted.
We're not talking about that, you dumbass.
Okay, I was just doing calculations. I just came back.
Good Lord.
But the
So,
right
yeah, they did it.
calculations are in the side chat, but it's been debunked.
You're an idiot.
I put the right coefficient in, which is 0.13. When you posted, like, I have a screenshot of the temperature. The screenshot of
That's not how refraction works, bro. Sorry.
Air temperature is 7 degrees. The sea temperature is
Just
7.
derailed the conversation and started just butchering Dr. John.
No, this is really not how refraction works. What you're saying?
Yes,
that sounds like something McToon said when he got dunked on and did
light bends towards the denser medium, but when cold air is happening, it's sitting at the bottom. It's denser. That light bends towards it. Right, so you have to put in the coefficient in order.
I'm sorry.
To do
is the coldest air near the surface?
Are you stupid?
Is the coldest air near the surface?
The warm air. Like, what are you talking about?
The warm air is most adjacent to the surface. Yeah, that's right. Now you're thinking. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere is that it gets cooler as you go up.
Like, dude, can you please remember reality before you just shoehorn in your stupid globe model?
But Dr. John D took 5 different... Shush. Dr. John D took 5 separate vertical... Yes, he did. He live streamed it, and he live streamed the measurements of the temperature.
Everybody's back on the flat Earth, boys. Flat Earth gang, boy. Flat Earth gang, boy. Gang.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Anybody gonna get Ziffy?
All right, guys. Snacks. Last call. This special. We got snacks. We got cheese. We got peanut butter. We got graham crackers. Got a little juice.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah, so you know,
Right, so yeah,
Globers have to say cold air bends towards the
Yes, it
like
does.
near the surface.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
but near the surface,
It
the air is the
sits
warmest.
beneath slightly warmer
Congratulations!
air,
Now
right?
you know
It
what
creates
reality
the
is.
atmosphere
Reality
that is
is.
dense at the bottom
Why do
and
I hear
thin
you
at the
talking?
top, right? Light
But you
rays
realized you were
bend
wrong like
towards
5
the
seconds
denser
ago.
medium, bud. That means the
Yeah,
laser
but the
beam
denser
does not
medium is
travel in
not
a
at the
straight
bottom,
line.
bud.
If it's 7 degrees, the cold air sits slightly, like, you know, beneath the like
The
warm
cold
air.
air is above the warm air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, the only time
Near the
you
surface,
get
the warm, yeah, bro. The warmest part of the
the
gradient
only
is the bottom, adjacent to the surface. Temperature decreases as you
The
gain
cold
altitude.
air is the
Welcome to
denser medium that
reality.
sits at the bottom.
Oh,
The light
welcome to
rays bend
reality.
towards the denser.
The air gets thinner.
no.
Oh my god.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Hey,
That's
knowledge,
how refraction
knowledge,
works.
knowledge.
quiet.
That only
You didn't do it.
happens. That only happens. You only have cooler air down lower, right? When you have a
it's
thermal
7 degrees
inversion, which
outside,
is
buddy.
rare.
I just
When you have a
posted the
thermal
screenshot.
inversion, which is rare.
Yeah, he knows he's
How
wrong.
cold is it? Why does it say from the Flat Earth Society? It says
We hear that you know you're wrong.
the air temperature is 7 degrees and the sea temperature is 7 degrees. That means that when you did this test, it's fucking cold as shit outside. That would
All
mean
right, check
that
this out.
that
You're
cold
making a
air
claim
is
right
sitting
now. I'm gonna
below
tell you
the
your
warmer
claim.
air. That's what
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
that means that
we heard your claim.
That means that the air at the bottom, which is the cold air, is the denser medium. So when the light goes
The air at the bottom is the warmest.
when the light
not
goes over
coldest.
the water, it
fuck?
goes towards the denser medium, which is the cold air.
7 degrees. You said that it's but the water is 7 degrees and the air was 7 degrees.
Wait a minute. Why did you say refraction did not happen here when it did? The temperature proves it.
You don't know.
No, the temperature
you
was.
have to you have to cite. You have to correct for a refraction.
Yeah,
He did.
doing it
He
over a
did.
fucking
It's
lake.
just.
He did not. If you
Yeah,
look
the
at
problem
look
here
at the
is.
video, bud.
Hey, retard, get on mute. Right, so this guy's completely retarded. It's like we have a retarded person in the chat, right? It's crazy, or a mental patient or something, right? So Dr. John D, okay, he took vertical temperature and humidity readings at 3 points, where he measured vertically in 5 different vertical readings, right, along the path of the laser, okay, and he had uniform humidity, uniform temperatures at point A, point B, and point C. You can also see the laser going directly to the target all the way across the water. Not only that, he did 1 meter to 1 meter. He got a direct hit with the laser. Then he lowered the laser down to 0.7 meters and got a direct hit. Then he lowered the laser again down to 15 centimeters above the water. Right? He got a direct hit again, and he lowered the target on the other side as well. Right? This was all live streamed. He accounted for the refraction. He dismissed refraction being a possible counter for this. And if you put it into any AI, it will tell you that refraction is not possible as an excuse for this to work on a globe. It says this cannot work on a globe. Because if the laser is just 15 centimeters above the surface, if it bends down at all, right, it's going to hit the water. It's not going to reach the target. If it bends up at all, it's going to be way over the target. Right, but he got a direct hit. At point B, the laser should have been 15 meters above the surface of the water, and this was all live streamed.
Yeah, but you can have. There is refraction though. There's atmospheric refraction.
What causes it, Talon?
The atmosphere.
What? How does the atmosphere cause it? You're kidding me, right?
Cold air is, you know how like in a room, the cold air, it's colder on the floor than it is at the, like hot air rises.
No, it's not.
Warmer air rises.
It's warmer down lower. It's warmer down. Yeah, hot air rises, so the warmer air is up. What's the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere? Right. Let's look it up. Right. Let's see what that is. Okay.
While you look
what
that
is
up,
the normal lapse rate? I've just really quickly. I already got it. Okay. So the normal lapse rate is the average rate at which air temperature drops as altitude increases in the lower layer of Earth's atmosphere, the troposphere. It's standardized at 6.5 degrees per 1,000 meters, right? So as you go up, right, it's down lower because the sun heats up the ground, right? And then it gets cooler as you go up in altitude. This is the normal lapse rate. But Dr. John D took temperature readings Okay, and it was at 7-degree water, 7-degree air, and approximately 70 to 72% humidity at all of the reading points.
Okay.
So you don't have the conditions for light to be bending, right? On a globe, you would have needed extreme refraction for this to work on a globe, right? Refraction coefficient of 0.99, which you probably don't know what that means.
No, you're making an assumption. That's
But
a claim.
that's yeah. So do you want me to show you the readings? Do you want me to show you the test? Like, that's the thing. I can show you a high definition video, right? That was live streamed on 3 separate live streams at the same time, right? Him actually measuring and calibrating the temperatures beforehand. There's 30 videos.
Yeah, but it's cold as
right,
fuck. That means it's gonna
related
bend
to
a
this
lot.
one up. Why would
I
it
mean, it's
bend a
gonna be
lot
high
if there's no
that's high
change?
Cold air is really high
No, that's-
refraction.
Okay, which way would it bend if you have high refraction, bud?
Down, to over and downward.
Why would it
Because
bend
it
down?
wants
What
to go
would cause
towards the
it to bend
coldest
down?
air, which is at the bottom. And so any air that it's like, oh my god,
No,
it wants
but-
colder and colder air. It's going to be at the
It
bottom.
wasn't.
It's going to high. That's why
Okay,
the
so then
refraction
what
is
if-
so high, because it's a lot.
What if there wasn't colder air at the bottom? He measured it. It was 7 degrees.
Is cold. No, cold air
Right, but-
bends light more than hot air.
Hey,
Yeah, that's not even
retard, guess
necessarily
what?
true, bro. What the fuck? It's
Yeah,
the
what are you
difference-
talking about?
It's not,
No,
it's not true at all.
warmer
It's-
and
I've been listening to this
colder
guy
air
get
is
shit wrong.
denser.
I want to respond now.
Yeah, go for it, bro. Go for
Dude, it's
it.
not,
Have a
it's
School
not,
this
find a
clown.
visual
not that hot
understanding.
air bends it more or cold air bends it more. It's the difference in temperature. It's the boundary
Exactly.
between the two different mediums. Depending on it's the difference in temperature between the two mediums that changes the angle, or reduces the speed of light.
Exactly. So it's about the change in the refractive index gradient, which is controlled by temperature. So light will bend towards the colder air, from warmer air to colder air. If you don't
It
have a
runs in
change,
photons. Run
shut
into
up.
molecules,
Shut the hell
right?
up, clown. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, right? Maybe you'll learn something if you shut up and listen.
Density. We're talking about air density.
Bro, you believe in
Yeah,
fucking
but what changes? What density
Alright.
is
What's slowing
directly
down?
correlated with temperature?
What is
When the
slowing
temperature
down?
changes, the density changes. Right? Do you
What
agree?
slows down the light?
I know you didn't hear me because I'm destroying you. When
talking about temperature
listen.
Changes. Right.
Hold on, Talon. Check this out. Ready? When the temperature changes, does the density change?
Yeah.
All right. So the temperature gradient is directly density gradient, right?
So no, it's coldest at the ground, and then it warms up as you go up.
No, it's
Yeah, that's
not coldest
that's
at the
not
ground.
true. That's not reality.
It's not. You think this is uniform cold? It's just
The
same
air is.
temperature
Listen, I'm gonna
as
tell
you
you a
go up
fact
in
about. I'm gonna tell you a
elevation?
fact about how the Earth's surface works. They say, well, I don't know if this is exactly true, but this is what the globe model says. Sun rays hit the Earth. Earth is a quote unquote black body. It absorbs and scatters light. Therefore, what warms up the air is not the sun rays, it's the surface of the Earth. They say that the sun rays hit the Earth and the Earth radiates heat, and that's what warms up the air. Therefore, the air near the surface is the warmest. Otherwise, if sunlight warmed up the air, the gradient would be reversed. So that's what you need to realize about your dumb model. You guys say that the density gradient. Literally, the temperature gradient is the opposite of what you claim. Reality is the opposite of what you claim, bro. Just so you know.
Dude, when there's a fire in a room, are you gonna hit the ground and crawl out, or are you gonna walk through the smoke and die?
I don't know what that's about. But
Hot
what
air-
I just
hot
said,
air- hot air
completely
rises,
refutes your
dude.
dumb
There is
idea of what refraction is.
Are you saying that like hot air doesn't rise?
I'm saying that near the surface, that the air is the warmest, right? Which is going to bend the light a very specific way, which is not what the globe model claims. The globe model claims it's going to bend it the other way because the air is near the surface. But the truth is, the air is warmest near the surface. That's the fact. The air is warmest near the surface. That's the fact. That's
Okay.
how the science works. Okay,
Yeah, but
that's
it's
what
still
reality
cold-
tells you.
It's still, but 7 degrees is still cold as fuck. Or is that
No,
7
it's
degrees?
about the change in. It's about the change in temperature, silly.
So
It's
like
not
the
about.
colder it is, if you're saying 7 degrees,
Listen. Shush! Don't make me mute you. Just listen for a second. I'll explain to you. Right? I've read a lot of papers on this. I'm not just making this shit up. Right? So it's about the change in the refractive index. the refractive index is primarily controlled by temperature. Okay, so if you're shooting a laser through 7 degrees, right, that's uniform, okay, 7 degrees below the laser, 7 degrees above the laser, right? Or if it's 30 degrees below the laser and 30 degrees above the laser, right, it's not going to bend because there's not a gradient. Okay, it's only going to bend if you have, say, 15 degrees below the laser and 20 degrees above the laser, right? That kind of thing. Or it could be negative 5 degrees below the laser and negative 5 degrees above the laser. It's not going to bend. It only bends when you have a change in the refractive index. So if you have a look in the side chat, Dr. John D took measurements of the temperature gradient, okay? And the water was 7 degrees, okay? The air temperature was also 7 degrees, and he took different heights, taking the temperature reading, right? And it's 7 degrees at 0.8 meters, 7 degrees at 1.35 meters, 7 degrees at 1.78 meters, and the humidity was basically uniform as well. So you don't have the meteorological conditions for the refraction in this case.
Well, no, I do, because it's cold. Like, it's 7 degrees Celsius. That's like almost freezing.
Did you not hear? Can you repeat?
Dense air.
Can you still man what I just told you?
So do you think cold air? Do you think the colder the? Do you think that, like, okay, let's just assume that, like, you're a single cold mass of air. Does the light travel?
Did you listen to anything? Did you just listen to anything I just told you?
Yes, I did. I was obviously listening.
Okay, what did I tell you?
Dude, I'm not gonna fucking repeat everything, but you ended with these readings of 7 degrees.
No. What did I tell you about
8 degrees Celsius? 8 degrees Celsius, and then it was 9 degrees Celsius. So that's a gradient of 7.5 above the water, which is coldest. And then as you go up, the temperature increases. It goes to 9
I don't know if you heard what DJ said.
That's that's a change of 3 degrees, dude.
Where does it? I'm sorry.
How's that
Where does it say 3 degrees? Where does it say 3 degrees in anywhere in this chart? Where does it say that there was a 3-degree change?
Because it says in the water, invalid, apparently. Above water, 7.5 degrees. 0.5, less than 8 degrees or something like that. Greater than 7.5. So what is that? 7.8. So there's the gradient. So we're starting. We're going up.
The laser. Okay, the laser is placed. The laser is placed at the 1 meter height.
Another point. So we're going from 7.6 to 7.7 to 7.8. Oh, but it's 9 degrees. So now we have to do the algebra.
Doesn't say anything about 7.6 or 7.7.
Dude, this is
right,
hilarious.
So the later,
this is like
shut up. Right. So the laser was placed at 1 meter. Right. So at 1 meter, we have a uniform, right? So at half a meter, it's 7.5 degrees. At 1 meter, it's 7.5 degrees. And at 1.5 meter, it's 7.5 degrees, right? It's exactly the same. Now at point B, right, at 0.8 meters, it's 7 degrees, right? At 1.35 meters, it's 7 degrees. And at 1.78 meters, it's 7 degrees. So there's nothing there that would cause the laser to bend, right? And in the footage, we can see that the laser isn't bending as well, right? We can see the laser going the entire way across. Here's some pictures of it. Now, if the laser were to bend, it wouldn't hit the target, right? If it were to bend down, it would hit the water. If it were to bend up, it would go way over the top of the laser, of the target. So yeah, dude, you're just pathetic at this point.
I'm ready to talk about the first tile. I want to talk about how it says 7.5 / greater than 7.0 above the water. And then does that make the medium? So because I mean these numbers are so like why don't they just put the accurate, like why is it like all these greater than less than numbers? Why don't they just put the fucking temperature? Why is it greater than 9? So like I can do the math if you want me to, but right now it is showing me that it goes up approximately 0.5 degrees for every meter that you go above the water. Because when you say greater than 8, but less than 7.5.
The section of air that the laser's going through is uniform.
It says
Because the
9.0.
laser's out.
I'm sorry.
Where
I
does
didn't
it say
mean to interrupt you.
9.0?
So where is that? What is a 9.0 at 2 meters? A height of 2 meters. The temperature is 9 degrees, or it's greater than 8.5 degrees. So that's a jump in almost at the very greater than 8 degrees and less than 9 degrees.
Right, but
That's a gradient.
at the height
Is that not a gradient to you?
At the height that the laser was at, above and below the laser was the same temperature.
Okay, I want to understand why you're saying that.
Okay,
You're
so
saying the height
see
of
the
the
1.0. So at the 1 meter, so the laser was 1 meter height, right? Right.
Okay.
So just right. So half a meter
You guys
below.
didn't do 2 meters with the laser?
No, they did 1 meter, they did 0.7 meters, and they did 0.15 meters
With the laser?
with the laser. Yeah, with 3 different lasers, both ways.
Why didn't they do 2 meters?
Because when you get it down lower to the surface, right, there should be more curvature obstructing the laser.
Yeah, that does do that.
Well, that in the test,
Yeah,
they
you
put it
can't
all the
see
way
it.
down.
Closer to the
They
ground,
put
you
it
can't
down.
see further.
Okay, so they put it down to 0.15 centimeters, right? 6 inches above the surface of the water, and they hit the target directly. Right? There should have been a huge mound of physical Earth curvature in between point A and point B. So if the laser were to bend down, right? So for that to work on a globe, you would need extreme refraction, which is extreme downward bending light. If the laser was only 6 inches above the surface of the water and you had the light extremely bending downward, then it would just hit the water. It wouldn't hit the target because of the Earth curvature. If the laser was bending upward, huh?
It's a laser. Why would it curve down into the water?
Exactly.
Do you think lasers don't curve?
It would just only travel as far as like what I'm sorry, I'm not
What do you
understanding
think?
like
What do you think light
I
bending
understand why
downward would do?
like there's 2 questions I have is like why are you right against the ground?
Does light bend down or not?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, then why
so
didn't the laser bend down?
Yeah.
It did.
Why didn't it? Then it would have hit the water.
Then it would have hit the water.
Down.
Yeah.
No,
it's like come on,
down.
man. Come
No,
on,
it would have went over the water and then bent down to hit the other side.
So it would have gone up.
Because nice laser.
And then down.
Why would it go
up and then down, or what?
Jumps over. No,
yeah, the laser is on a roller coaster. It's at fucking Kendakai at Six Flags.
Yeah, it would go over the surface. As long as you keep it level.
Just because I think I'm on a ball, the laser
Wouldn't really matter because the water is level, so I can
around.
see why it wouldn't hit the water.
But clearly, that's not what you see. Like you don't see the laser bending.
Are you saying the laser's getting blocked?
No, it's not getting blocked, but it would if it was bending down due to refraction because you're assuming you're on a ball.
Oh no, it's uniform across the cold because like you're using the cold air as a high refractive. Cold air just has a high refractive index. Because there's a lot of like cold air is more dense than warm air. So if you're using cold air to shoot your laser, you're gonna bend it more because it's gonna hit more air molecules.
So that's where you're wrong.
How?
I wanted to explain this earlier. It's just you just got to give me a minute to break it down for you.
Okay.
Because I want you to understand this. It's just I don't want to mess this up and be interrupted. But like if I have like a tank full of hot air, a tank full of cold air. If the air in the tank is just consistently warm, like there is no change in temperature within it, the light's not going to bend. There is no change in the medium to bend it. The only bend is going to be like from outside the fish tank when it hits the glass and when it enters the medium of the hot air. And then until it exits the fish tank, it's never bending again. You understand that, right?
I disagree.
So what's causing it to bend if the medium is consistent?
The air is making it.
How about he validates that it's bending downwards in the first place? That'd be great.
The air is refracting.
He's still got to present lasers bending down in the first place. If he wants to attribute refraction to that bending, that's on him.
Well, that's the light.
But he still has to prove that it's bending. You don't do it in reverse. You don't say, hey, there is refraction, so therefore the lasers are bending. Nah, girlfriend. How about you show us the lasers bending first, and then we can use the scientific method and adjudicate the cause and effect relationship of said bending.
So I understand that we're like arguing over whether or not air or the light is going directly straight through air or if it's bending.
No, we're not arguing. You're about to present to us lasers bending down via one of these long-range tests, 10 or 20 miles.
Because refraction.
Yeah, hold on just a second, Matrix. Hold on just 1 second, right? Because we've been trying to get this one thing through to him and have him admit it because it's correct, right? So just quickly, Talon, we need you to understand this, right? So Jesse was just trying to explain to you, right? Let's say you had a tank of air and you're shooting a laser through it and it's warm air. It's 30 degrees Celsius. It doesn't change in temperature. It's all 30 degrees. You shoot the laser through it. The laser's not going to bend at all. Now, if we cool that air down, right, and it's all 7 degrees Celsius instead of 30, now it's much cooler. And it's all 7 degrees now instead of 30 degrees. The laser's still going to be going in a perfect straight line. It's not going to start bending just because you cooled the air down.
It's going to have a higher refractive index.
No.
It bends more.
No, you need a change in density. The change in density reduces the speed of light. So once it hits the fish tank, that's when the path of light changes. Not as it's traveling through the air and the air is hot, therefore the light's going to bend. That's not how that works.
It's going to keep hitting cold air, right?
That's really not how that works, bro. I'm sorry.
It's going to travel through cold air.
Listen,
Light
Talon.
traveling through cold
Listen,
air.
Talon. Listen. This is what it would do. Okay, right? I'll throw you a bone here. You are partially correct. Okay, so what would happen would be that the refractive index in the 30-degree air would be something like 0.000027 or something like that. Maybe 17. It doesn't matter, right? Just listen to the point, right? If you put it now to 7 degrees, it has a slightly higher refractive index. By now it'll be like 0.000029 or something like that, right? It would just be slightly more dense so that the light would travel slightly slower through it, but it would still go in a perfect straight line. The only way it would deviate is if you have a change in the refractive index. Vertically, if you have a vertical change in the refractive index, then the light will bend towards the cooler portion of the medium, away from the warmer portion of the medium. Do you agree?
Hold on, wait a minute. I didn't hear all of that, but I'll say yes.
All right, all yours, Matrix. I'm done with this guy.
Sorry, I just want to know if like how we're thinking about refraction.
The problem is,
I would love to say something about that. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Shiny, go for
it. Yeah, so I wanted to give him like a story from a surveyor, right? So this is the truth, man. At night, they say that the light is more bent. They say at night that because like the air cools and reaches like an ambient condition, that the light bends more, right? That's how they choose to interpret it because they're on a ball, right? At night, things are lifted so high that they say that, it's being refracted more because of the cold air. But the truth is that I'm telling you, the truth is that ambient condition is actually making it be so there are less changes in the medium. Like you're getting a consistent layer of a gradient now because the sun isn't creating like turbulence in the air. So what happens is at night, there's no sun, the air cools down, your ambient condition creates a consistent medium, right? So in my opinion, this means that the light is not going to bend. The globe, you make the observation at night, things are way like off from the globe prediction. Like there's like way too much vertical displacement. So they have to say, oh, the air got colder, so light is bending more. But then during the day, the sun comes out, heats up the air,
Now
And
there's
this
less
causes.
air. There's less air to refract. It's less dense.
But now you understand what's going on. Now you hear what I'm saying. There's two ways to interpret the
I know.
observation.
Yeah, we're agree. I think yeah, you guys understand refraction, but you're not really like. It's kind of weird how, we don't.
So in the globe model, you have to say that the light is bending a lot more. And in the flat Earth model, you would say that the light is unbending a little bit. See how that works?
Why do you think light's bending?
Light
A
does
change
in fact,
of index. It has to change its refractive index. If the light follows one index and does not go into another, there is no reason for it to bend. So you seem to think light following picking a random number, a 20-degree temperature gradient consistently will bend it. This is false.
Right.
If it went 20, 19, 18, 17, then at the joins of each of those, it will bend towards the more denser. Yeah?
So does it slow down? So is the denser air
Yes or no?
down?
Yes or no? I need to know you're following. Yeah, go back. Yes or no? I need to know you're tracking.
Oh my God. Like,
He's not going to help you. I asked you a question. I gave you a statement. Do you understand that light traveling through one straight singular temperature will not bend? It is when there's joining different densities. That's what is the causational mechanism. You do comprehend that, yes?
Is that what air is, though?
You do comprehend that it has to be a change. You're claiming light is bending via magic. You need that index to change. If it doesn't change, the light won't.
So wait a minute. We're shooting a laser, okay? That laser is going through cold air. That air is very
It doesn't matter what. Okay, pick a number. Is the air the same temperature the whole way across? Yes or no?
Yes. 70
Excellent.
degrees.
The light will not bend.
Why? What do you mean it doesn't bend? It's cold.
It doesn't. It's not to do with the temperature.
It's a higher refractive
Listen carefully. Yep, that's great. What has to happen is there has to be a Talon, stop talking. There has to be a change in index, not just a constant index. There's a difference. You seem to believe a constant index will perform an event. There has to be a change in index.
I like how you guys misunderstand this because you're thinking that like once
that's not a misunderstanding. You're the one that's misunderstood, Talon. Talon, go and look it up, mate, before you make yourself look like a clown.
A mass of air is not a single temperature. It's actually like a mixture of temperatures.
You just claimed it was. In the example you gave, you just said it was. I answered as per your claim. 7 degrees.
Air has high refractive index.
Yes, a singular temperature will not have a problem. The light will go straight. When you are passing through... Yeah, that's great. So this is why you don't have trouble understanding. It's because you have the necessity to talk through the answer. When you have a change of temperature, that's when the fun starts.
Wait, brother, you too close to the mic. You got to back up from the mic.
No, this is normal, bro.
Okay,
got to turn him down.
I got you.
Yeah,
So
it's it's the change in the medium that reduces the speed of light. Right? You can't just change the angle that the light is traveling in when it's not changing medium. What's going to cause the path of light to change when the medium's the same? The answer is nothing.
No, if the
medium you don't have a change in temperature, if you don't have a change in anything, then you don't have a change.
It's not just to do with the straight hot or cold medium. Get that stupid idea out of your head. You have to have the light passing from hot temperature to cold temperature. That's what causes it.
Yes. We have to figure out a way that we have to reconcile. This is a reconciliation point.
No, this is no reconciliation. This is just you need to do some thinking.
Point. Yeah, you got to Google it.
I want to go over this again. You're saying that
how about I say it like this? Talon, shut up. Talon, zip it. How about I say it like this? If you're going to claim the lasers are bending down, how about you demonstrate the lasers bending down? After you've done so, then and only then will we look at the causational mechanism of your laser bending down. If you wish to personally attribute refraction to this, we'll entertain your thoughts.
Yeah, the
refraction. Now remember, in order to get your laser to bend
Okay.
It doesn't matter, Shiny.
You got to use one.
Right. So if I want the laser,
Shiny,
then
the problem is he is using it in reverse. He is saying refraction exists, therefore lasers bending downwards. That is bollocks. He has to demonstrate the lasers are bending downwards first. So then we can attribute a causational mechanism to it. He has not done this. All he's done is refraction, therefore lasers bending down, without showing the lasers bending down.
The laser, I'm telling you, if I want the laser to bend down, I would use cold air.
So go and show it then. Demonstrate your laser via a 10 or 20 mile test bending down. Video or photo evidence, I'm pretty sure the majority of the panel will be quite happy with that.
Showing you. This is just
you're putting the cart before the horse, bro.
This is basic facts that we would use a higher. You would use a
yeah, that's right. You're squirting. You're putting the cart before the horse. How about you demonstrate the laser bending down, and then we will look into what the causational mechanism is.
Do we? Do we want to do that? Are you sure about that?
We're waiting.
You don't have enough. You don't have any example because that doesn't happen in reality, bro. Can we just move on?
Knowledge calculated it for you guys. Knowledge actually did the refraction corrections on your.
Yeah, but knowledge hasn't demonstrated lasers bending down either.
Yeah,
he's just a poor little boy clinging to hopes and dreams.
Knowledge
Dude, it was
is
awesome.
completely retarded.
It was super cool because you guys never actually calculate. I was always wondering like what the laser corrections were for refraction, but I understand now that just because it's
that's
really
great.
cold,
Non sequitur. How about you demonstrate your lasers bending downwards, please? 10 mile, 20 mile test. I'm good. Either one, I'm happy. You demonstrate it bending downwards, and then we'll discuss what the reason it bends downwards is.
Well, I mean, it's like 9 o'clock at night, dude. That's a stupid ass question.
No, it's not.
That's a you problem.
Yo, Matrix. Dude, do you understand, like, when you fire a laser horizontally through the layer of gradient, you're in your Earth's surface. That in what you're saying, what you're chanting over and over again, that the laser would bend down. Do you understand that?
Do you think it's just going to bend
saying
one?
happens on the globe model.
You think it's just going to bend
cause
one
laser
time and
lights
then go
to bend
straight?
down over distance
So when
and
it
then
hits
crash into
cold
the
air,
surface?
so when light hits cold air, what happens to it?
What the fuck?
If it's already in the cold air, fuck all.
When light is traveling through cold air, is it refracting higher or lower?
It's not.
Is it refracting
because it hasn't changed temperature. This is where you're coming unstuck. You seem to believe just because cold air has a higher refractive index, therefore laser will bend in cold air. This is a false. This is wrong. You are incorrect. It needs to change temperature. So where is it changing temperature? From warm to cold.
Well, this is a reconciliation point. You're making a claim.
No, you are. You're telling us refraction happens, light bends in perfectly stable air temperatures, i.e. cold.
Wait, a lake is not perfect.
But Matrix, did you hear what I was saying before about how at night, you know, they say when they make observations at night that it's vertically displaced even more from the globe calculation because cold air makes light bend more, right? But if the condition of the atmosphere is ambient and there aren't turbulent conditions and you don't have a bunch of differences in temperature throughout that layer of the gradient, then you're actually getting less refraction at night. And what do you know? It matches the flat Earth prediction at night. But he doesn't want to.
See what he's arguing for, Shiny. He's arguing for refraction. Now let's have it out. I've got no problem with refraction. There is very specific laws that dictate and that you can calculate which way the light's going to bend and how much it's going to bend. Like Snell's law, for example. We don't have a problem with this, Talon. Nobody in here disagrees with refraction. But here's the kicker. We're not arguing refraction. You're arguing that lasers bend downwards. We would like a demonstration of this to back up your claim.
Okay. So we do agree that the refractive index shows that...
Not interested.
What do you mean?
Red herring. No, red herring. You need to demonstrate over a long distance test, lasers bending downwards.
Would be higher under colder or warmer temperatures?
Demonstration, please.
Like, it wouldn't? Would you want if you wanted to hide? If you wanted to,
Talon, you're out of cards, mate. You have to put up a demonstration now. Your yapping won't do anything for you.
Timbo, come on. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh, Matrix, you're the one who's fucking doing the stupid show me script.
You're the one making the claim that lasers are bending downwards. I have no issue about your claim. I would like you to back it. So please demonstrate via photo or film a demonstration of laser bending down over one of these long-range tests.
I will say that time is becoming a factor, Talon. Like,
oh no,
you're
no,
gonna sit here and dance around the topic, man. Like, we are all at the same conclusion.
I mean, you guys are now just asking for. You're asking for. You're doing the stupid. I'm going to mute.
No, we're just asking you to back your claim. That's all. Nothing more.
No, I mean, you guys keep admitting that cold air, the light bends more in cold air, so that's where the W is happening.
No, I just.
No, there's no W.
I literally just explained why that's not the case. I said that at night, the ambient condition creates consistent temperature through the layer of the gradient that you're making the observation through. You're making a lateral your eye level is going horizontally through the gradient. You're parallel to the surface.
Yo, hey, Shiny, check it out.
I want you to understand this. All right,
FE Core, when they did their multi-stage test over Lake Isle and a few of the others, one of them, the temperatures were like 1 and 2 degrees. I would consider that pretty cold.
Consistent temperature through the layer of the gradient that you're making the observation.
Lake Isle and a few of the others, one of them, the temperatures were like 1 and 2 degrees. I would consider that pretty cold.
Temperature through the layer of the gradient.
Knowledge did it. This is what I was talking about with Knowledge. He's the one who showed you guys the refractive.
He didn't show shit. He's calculating something that he can't validate in the first place, Talon. Are you that dense?
Matrix, you fucking. I'm like hitting my limit with you. You're out of time on my patience.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Do you want to have like?
You're out of patience with me because you're yet to provide and back up your claim. That's all I'm asking you to do. Back up your claim.
Or we can have a real talk, or you can bully me, but you're below me if you think that you can just push me around.
Yeah, we've been having a real talk, but you keep sticking to a claim that you have no evidence of. So if you could just concede you don't have evidence, we'll move on.
Well, yeah, I do have evidence. The cold air.
No, you don't have evidence.
Provide it.
Down. No one's ever
Provide your laser bending down for your long-range test.
You just said, yeah, we do have that. Please provide it.
We'll keep going over it because it's very simple. If everybody's agreeing that the
no one's agreeing with you. You've fucked up, Talon. You're an idiot.
Matrix. You're trying to bully me, but I'm Gold Jesus. You can't handle me. So you're going to either have to. You're not.
You are not Gold Jesus. You're a numpty. You have to provide a demonstration of what you're claiming is happening. You are claiming lasers are bending downwards. I've got no issues with your claim. I would like a demonstration of said claim. Once you've demonstrated that these lasers are bending downwards, you can then attribute whatever causational mechanism you want. Hot air, cold air, no air, snow. I don't really care. You could probably throw gravity at it, maybe even refraction. I'm not interested in your acclaimed causational mechanism. I'm more interested in you demonstrating the fact in the first place. So, Talon, now it's on you to back up your claims. You want your lasers bending down? Please provide either photo or video evidence of said claim over a long-range laser test. There's plenty to choose from. If you ask DJ nicely, he'll probably put about 10 of them in the side chat, and you can pick your poison. But don't come in here and tell the mods what to do or how to do it. That will not come out good for you.
The muting me just makes me look more right, dude. This is why
it makes you look like you're an idiot.
You're like everybody. We've been having a nice discussion.
Provide your test, Talon.
We've been having a nice
discussion.
You're at the end of the wall now. We've been having a nice discussion for an hour and a half. You're destroying.
No, you're going around in circles for an hour and a half. There's a difference.
I kind of got to agree with Matrix, dude. Like, yeah, we're talking to you.
We've had a normal conversation. We haven't need to demonstrate each other's fucking dicks. This isn't some fucking dick measuring contest. But you're a baby.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we really.
If you guys want to call it, then just say no. Just say you want to move on. Just say you want to move on. If you're not ready to have a good discussion,
No, this is his coping mechanism, and this is his reverse burden. He wants you to move on so he can get out of it. He knows he's got nothing left.
I'm ready to have a discussion with Shiny. I'll talk to DJ.
I know.
I'll talk to you, Shiny. It's fine. I mean, I don't know what Matrix is doing.
Objection, Your Honor. Talon is tone policing. He's evading providing evidence of his claim that lasers bend down.
High refractive index.
Dude, you said lasers bend down. You said
cold air has a high refractive index than warmer air. That's the evidence.
Can you get the example of lasers bending down so we can just and you can see it or something, bro? Because you're just wrong.
How about we just put him on mute for a second so he doesn't interrupt because he's a clown? In one of the Lake Isle tests, I think it was the Lake Isle one, the actual index was bending upwards. It was going the wrong way.
Yeah, that's what I was.
The temperatures there.
The whole time I'm thinking lasers.
The temperatures there during that test were very cold. So him claiming cold temperatures cause light to bend down, this is false because it was demonstrated and calculated in the tests that was wrong. So Talon, you have to learn that you've made a little mistake, bro. Cop it on the chin, deal with it, and show us your demonstrations of these bullshit lights bending downwards. If anyone else wants to take it up, pin his feet to the ground until he coughs up.
So I mean, he has one trick. He just threatens to mute me and then says I can't demonstrate.
You have one trick, Talon. You're a slimy little weasel. You always have been. You've never backed a claim yet.
Demonstrate. What do you mean? What is demonstrating, Matrix?
You are demonstrating the claim of your lasers bending downwards over long range.
No. How do you demonstrate something, Matrix?
By showing us either video or photographic evidence, as I asked for earlier.
No, that's a citation. I don't have. I just have knowledge.
I didn't ask for a citation. If I wanted a citation, I would have said, "Please provide a citation." I was after demonstration of your claim. Your claim is lasers bending downwards. So over these long-range laser tests, I just want you to demonstrate that this is actually happening.
Wait, how would you even demonstrate a lasers bending downward at this point in a Discord server?
Take a photo of the bastard.
Like you guys have your own videos. Just post all the videos that you guys got of the lasers bending downward over lakes and stuff.
Well, they're not bending downwards, bro. That's something you've got to come to grips with.
No, that's the best part about this, is that you guys, your own evidence is just lasers bending downward through cold ass air.
Yeah, so look, we have countless amounts of videos. We have countless amounts of videos, right? Dozens and dozens of videos of laser transits. 0 of them show the laser bending down. Some of them occasionally show the laser bending upward, right? Dr. John D, who's done 350 plus hours of laser tests, he said that over the years that he's been doing the laser test, he's never seen the laser bending downward, not once. No globe earther has been able to present us a laser bending downward. We can show you a laser going straight, we can show you a laser bending upward, but you'll never show us a video of a laser bending downward over a long distance, over water or land. We haven't been able to find it, but it would have to happen 100% of the time that we do our observations for the laser to hit the target. Even if the air is cold or lower down, it doesn't...
I appreciate the laser tests, because I mean, I understand that you're attempting to make direct measurements, but you haven't corrected for refraction.
Yeah, he did. He took into account what causes refraction. Okay, and if you don't have a change in the density gradient, the optical density gradient, then the light's not going to bend, right? You would need to have an extreme change for this to work on a globe. You would need extreme refraction.
Oh, it's so bad though, because it when you send it through, okay, this is the reconciliation point. You guys think that cold air, the light doesn't bend. And then in hot air, it doesn't bend.
No. It's
Let me finish.
You didn't listen before. You're trying to say what we said.
Wait a minute. Well, let me finish. I'm gonna finish my point. You guys, I'm not really trying to steelman you. I'm just trying to understand. You're saying that light only bends when it travels through a medium that is a different temperature than the medium that it traveled to previously.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job.
Yep. That's what I've always
That-
understood, but you guys keep attacking me like I didn't understand, and I do understand.
Right. So if it's 7 degrees above the laser and 7 degrees below the laser's not going to bend as it travels through that because there isn't a gradient for it to cause it to bend.
No, it's the atmosphere itself. The atmosphere itself is the fucking.
I want so badly for you to understand.
The atmosphere itself is going to make it bend more because as it travels through cold air, it's going to travel through cold air again and again and again, and it's going to have a harder time each time as it slows down.
What would cause it to bend down?
Because it's denser. The air is more dense. The air is a higher density.
What would cause it to bend down? What would cause it to bend down?
Air. The air is cold.
It's cold above the laser and it's cold below the laser. Why would it bend downward?
It's cold the whole time.
Right. So why would it bend in a downward direction?
Because it's slowing down because it's a higher density.
Well, why would that cause it to bend down?
Because it's slowing down.
Slowing down doesn't. Why would that cause it to bend down? Just because it's slowing. Just because it wouldn't be slowing down. It would be going the same speed, right? If it's all 7 degrees, it's not going to start bending down.
Yeah, it is. It's not.
Degrees. Look,
so you're
I'm going
have a lot of atmosphere to constantly have to deal with.
Dude, look, I wish you would get this, right? If there was any atmospheric expert right in here that even was a globe earther, he would not agree with you right now. Look, here's a 6 mile laser test with a side view in the side chat. Okay, this is way less than 7 degrees. This is done in Alaska over a frozen lake. This laser is only 3 foot above the surface. It doesn't bend at all. It's completely straight.
No, I'm pretty sure it's.
Look at the image. Look at the image. Zoom in on it.
You understand that we see further at night. You understand that, right, Talon?
You think further at night?
Yeah, like if we're on a ball, like we see observations that should be obstructed by Earth curve at night. This is what they say is going on. I tried to explain this before, and then you pretend like you don't care. But this is really important.
Well, no,
surveyors typically take their observation like in the middle of the afternoon, like solar noon, when the sun has already like created turbulent conditions all morning. So this is what I'm saying. When the sun rises, this is when the air is subject to the most temperature differentials. This is when you're going to have the greatest lapse rate. You're going to have the greatest humidity. And then as the sun remains in the sky throughout the day, those conditions start to settle and become more ambient. It's more turbulent when it's going from cold to hot, right? And then,
we all agree.
Right. Okay, so check this out. So the observations that they make at night, you see too far. They say that light is bending down, making things appear higher due to atmospheric refraction. That's the claim, if you believe in a ball, that things are being lifted up because light is bending down.
You lost me at if I believe in a ball.
No, this is not. What did you say?
You lost me at if I believe in a ball.
I lost you? I'm sorry. Okay.
You were talking. You were talking about refraction going upward.
Let me explain this part again for you. We were talking about how the only thing that causes the path of light to change is the difference in temperature. If the temperature is 70 degrees, when it's 69, the path of light is going to slow. It reduces speed, and that reduces the angle, and that displaces the apparent position from its from its actual. There's a physical position and there's an apparent position. When the temperature changes, right? So when it gets colder, we see the image get lifted up. Like literally, people set up cameras, like Andrew Thomas Young in San Diego. He set up cameras, and as the sun went down, the observations in the distance began to lift up. They were vertically displaced up as the sun went down, as the temperatures got colder. So there's two ways you can interpret this. Either the light is bending more,
or it's unbending.
What?
There's literally two ways to interpret it. You understand that?
No, I don't understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I tried.
No, I'm still. I'm still with you. I was just lost track of the light. Yeah, you were saying that light is bending up after sunset.
Suppressing that Hippo's got more of an attention span than this idiot.
I think he's wasting our time on purpose and rage baiting us.
I'm talking to Shiny. God damn, you guys are so mean.
You're not talking to Shiny.
What? This is a brand new. What I'm breaking down. This isn't something people are just. This is totally this is totally niche. So I'm
you're
not
talking about the Earth. You're talking about the warm air being against the Earth because the sun just went down, and so you can take all kinds of cool pictures because the warm air will.
I'm saying that the light is getting unbent at night because the sun warms up the air, creates a turbulent condition, and this bends the path of light more. During the day, we have sinking refraction. Light is bending up, making things in the distance appear lower. In the globe model, you say light is bending down, making things appear higher. I say at night, the ambient condition actually decreases the difference in medium, in the gradient. Because the sun going down, it makes the air stabilize. The gradient stabilizes, becomes ambient, and you have a consistent temperature. And that's when we see too far. It's when the light is not being bent. When you don't have all these turbulent conditions and changes of temperature because the sun is out and you have steam, you have evaporation, you have refraction, you have right near the surface, you have sinking refraction. But at night, you don't. You have nothing. You have the straight through that cold air. And what do we see? We see too far. We see beyond the globe.
Under the solar death ray. But first, to illustrate the power of the solar death ray, I aimed the funneled sunlight at a rock, and the solar death ray immediately began to eat into it.
DJ.
The directed energy coming through the solar death ray caused the rock to splinter, and there were rock fragments flying all over the place. And watch what happened next. The solar death ray split the rock, so I was super curious what would happen to titanium, which is one of the toughest metals on Earth. I aimed the convergent sunlight at the small titanium cube, and it got really hot and really bright. Titanium can be dangerous and produce a lot of heat when it comes.
Hey.
Big talking.
Hey. Oh, is that coming through my microphone? Oh, sorry about
definitely. That. Okay.
Just learning about
really loud and clear. The quality was.
I love that guy. I love the death ray. I love the solar death ray.
Yeah. It's like my mic set up as like a virtual thing, so it plays it through good quality. Yep.
Are you an AI robot just TikToking?
Yeah.
So Talon, you hear what's going on now? Interpretation.
Okay, we got distracted by the solar death ray.
You need me to repeat it?
Yes.
Fuck me, dude.
DJ. No. Actually, I took a quick note. I typed. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, actually, I typed a bunch of bullshit. Or no, wait a minute. Where the fuck? Ambient condition increases the difference of refractive index. Something about
I'm saying at night when the air settles, you have less differentials in the temperature gradient. There is less changes in the medium, which means less refraction. At night, we see too far. That's when there's less refraction. During the day, there's more refraction. On the globe model, when during the day and things appear lower, the globe model says, oh, that's exactly what we're supposed to see. There's no refraction happening during the day in the globe model. That's fucking ridiculous. That is one of the most ridiculous things the globe claims. It's just what the fuck, man? Come on. Get out of here. You're calling that ambient. You're calling that no change in the medium anywhere when you got the temperature gradient and the lapse rate and the wind and everything going on in the atmosphere. And you're like, yep, no refraction right there. I see it where it's supposed to be. And that's exactly what surveyors do. They go out at 12 p.m. and then they see a little bit of drop over distance, and then they jump in the air. Yoo-hoo! No refraction. It's exactly, and it's not even where the globe calculates. It's actually higher than where the globe calculates, like at all times. There's never enough drop for the actual radius. That's the truth. Everything is always lifted. There's standard refraction. Atmospheric refraction is always vertically displacing the position of things in the distance, no matter the conditions of the atmosphere, no matter the time of day. Nothing fucking matters on your ball model, what's happening in the sky. No matter what, the atmosphere is refracting things in the distance, no matter what is going on in the atmosphere. That's ad hoc pseudoscience. That's what that really is. And if you don't get that, then I don't know what the fuck you're doing here. Like, you got to figure that part out, dude.
We don't have a mutual we need a mutual understanding. It's a reconciliation point. We have to reconcile our facts.
You got to catch that part. You got to catch what's go over your head, man.
That was a lot. That was a good gish gallop, though. I like it. I'm like trying to stare at your name just so that way I can pay attention.
Is my mic okay?
It's not bad.
Don't let this one go over your head. In the globe model, light bends more at night. But because the sun goes down, you have less differences in temperature in the medium. You have an ambient condition, so light will bend less. You have less changes of medium, light will bend less.
What does that mean?
We see too far at night. Literally, that's the fact.
Where do we see too far? Like, how are we seeing?
If we're on a globe, things are vertically displaced more at night. Like, we see further, things are too high. That's Andrew Thomas Young. That is a constantly referenced study by Globers. The Globers that give a fuck about this shit, they talk about Andrew Thomas Young. And he made the observations like, as the sun goes down, things start to lift up. So what does that mean? Either the light is bending more, like you have more looming, or you just have the unbending of light. You get to pick your poison. And honestly, the globe is so fucking stupid, I don't know why you would drink that. Like, that's some Kool-Aid shit, bro. What are you doing? So I actually would like to find this paper I keep referencing. I'm going to find this Andrew Thomas Young paper for you, and it's going to explain all the types of refraction if you really care.
It's just the different. Okay, so we know the difference between uniform air and changing air density with height or distance.
Mm-hmm. In the globe model, they say that distance is more refraction. Yep.
So the further the distance, the more the air density changes.
That's what the globe has to insert because the observations don't comport with the calculation. They insert their type of refraction that they would need if you're on a ball because you don't see what you should see if you were on a ball. Yeah, that's actually what's going on in the science. You're reading it off the page right now. I hear you.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. You just said that the Globers do that, or so is that okay? Is that not okay?
I'm just saying that it's as simple as this. The observation does not match the globe calculation. It never does. It never will. In the globe model, it never can. You can never see things where they belong on a globe in the globe model because you always have your standard refraction. It's always there, so you'll never see where things are predicted to be on a globe. And that's your model.
And yeah, my model's awesome. I have a cool, awesome globe model.
Yeah, I bet the model you're thinking of right now is actually not the globe model, though. You're thinking of something else.
I'm thinking about. Well, I'm looking at the like air density and. Oh, we're trying to add the refractive index.
You understand the thing about like the two interpretations, either the light is bending more or less? You understand that part?
So if the refractive index is uniform, light travels in a straight line. If the refractive index changes from place to place, as it usually does in Earth's atmosphere due to temperature and pressure gradients, light follows a slightly curved path.
Yes. That's what we've been telling you this whole time.
Yeah, that's why I've been. But the in
Good job, Talon. I'm proud of you, man. See, you're
due
catching
to
it.
temperature. But
He's
wait a minute,
catching
the
it, bro.
second-
You hear
no,
it?
no. I've been telling you the second part. The temperature and pressure gradients curve the light, so you can
Right,
bend
but
it.
if
You
they
can
if
shoot it
they're
over.
uniform,
So you can
if they're
bend light.
uniform, yeah, if only if there's a change vertically in the
No.
temperature and pressure.
No, it changes it's changing through the atmosphere. Slightly. Depending on the temperature. Higher is for cold, lower.
Yeah, in that
So
case, oh god,
So
I'm gonna
if
have to
it's
go
the
through
same
full
temperature, look, for the 50th time,
Wait a
if it's
minute.
the same
No,
temperature
for the 50th time.
above the laser, right? If it's the same temperature above the laser and below the laser, right? And where the laser's going through, it's not going to bend. If it's colder above the laser, the light's going to bend upward. If it's colder below the laser, then the light's going to bend downwards. If it's the same temperature above and below, the light's not going to bend at all.
And yeah, Talon, whatever you were reading, like over
that's in a
distance, light
vacuum.
bends more.
That's in
Yeah,
a
you said
perfect
before.
No, in
That's
a
only in
vacuum,
a
it just
vacuum.
goes in a straight. No, in a vacuum, it goes in a straight line.
Right. In a perfect medium.
Yeah, or in a uniform medium, it also goes in a straight line.
But like a perfectly uniform glass does the same thing. It has a huge
Yeah, like or water. If water is the same temperature, it's going to go in a straight line. And then if you add something to change the refractive index gradient, right?
But as water, but like
downward.
as you travel through water, does the temperature stay the same or does it often change?
It depends. Depends on the conditions.
The distance.
No, if you've got a fish tank of water, it could all be the same temperature.
And then if you have an ocean,
it's going to get cooler as you go lower.
Well, yeah, there's no light. Can only travel so far as it's going down.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what's the difference between a uniform medium and a non-uniform medium?
One of them's a gradient, and one of them doesn't have a gradient. It's
And which one is the
same.
atmosphere? Which one is the atmosphere?
It depends. You can have a uniform gradient in the. You can have a uniform refractive index in the atmosphere, or you can have a gradient depending on the conditions at the time.
No, I'm talking about the fucking Earth, dude. Like, do you think my shit?
Me
You think
too.
our shit is fucking. Dude, I live in Chicago. Do you think my fucking gradient's ever uniform?
No, okay. So the standard lapse rate. Okay, the normal lapse rate. This is what happens in normal everyday conditions. I read this out earlier. Okay, I'll type it in again. Like, what is the normal lapse rate? Okay, and I'm going to read it out one more time. The normal lapse rate is the average rate in which air temperature drops as altitude increases. Okay, so temperature drops lower as altitude increases. So it's warmer down lower and cooler up higher.
So where do you think the light's going to go?
Towards the cooler air.
Right, and what happened? Where's the cooler air?
Higher.
Wait, where's the cooler air?
Higher.
Cooler.
Higher up.
Cooler.
Higher up.
Yeah, there's a
Cooler.
temperature gradient. Temperature
cooler air
decreases
go?
with altitude.
In a
Colder
gradient.
air is above.
When is this? When is this happening?
Temperature decreases with altitude. Colder air above hot air.
Holy shit! You think
Normal.
Wait a minute.
The normal conditions in the atmosphere, right? So the normal lapse rate.
Like this like thick.
The normal lapse rate, right? In normal conditions, the lapse rate is the average rate in which air temperature drops as altitude increases. 6.5 degrees per kilometer. That's how much it drops on average per kilometer as you go up. Decreases.
Also,
This whole time you keep saying the air refract, the air refract. It's the water molecules temperature in the air. They claim that it's the accumulation of water that refracts the light. It's not the air.
Well, that's when you do the laser test over the lake, which makes even more water vapor increases the refractive index, which makes it
water vapor decreases the refractive index.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah, because water vapor molecules, right, are less dense by 40 to 60% than the dry air, nitrogen and oxygen. Less dense means lower refractive index. That's what that adds to the reason why we never see lasers bending downward, because you have more like wet air, they call it, lower to the surface because it's constantly evaporating. So that's lowering the refractive index. Even if the temperature's lower down there, it will lower the refractive index.
That's exactly what they say. They say the evaporation layer is causing the refraction of light.
Okay, I confirmed it. ChatGPT. The humid air is slightly lower refractive index.
Yeah.
Drier air. Okay. And so
therefore light bends up, making things appear lower because you have hot near the surface.
You get a relative,
You understand? Like, it's so simple, man. It's so simple. Warm air near the surface.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Why do you think it's
That's sinking refraction. Google, if all these things you're Googling in this conversation, Google sinking refraction.
Humidity has a much smaller effect than temperature or pressure, though it can still matter for precision measurements.
Google sinking refraction.
All right, I did it. I'll read it out for him. All right, I wrote, what is sinking refraction? Sinking refraction is an optical effect where distant objects appear lower than normal or drop below the horizon. This happens because of changes in air temperature and density. So basically it goes on to tell you that when you have a normal lapse rate or lower air, warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, light will bend upward towards the cooler air, and that will make things look like they're sinking. So a ship might look like the bottom of the ship is missing behind the horizon.
Okay.
And it's not actually missing. It's just a refraction effect called sinking.
Very simple to understand. See, he gets it, bro.
The scientific term is refraction. Sinking makes no difference.
Oh, there's different types of refraction. Sinking, looming, towering.
These are informal and not scientific.
Stooping, yeah. And
then they got the mirages. You got superior
so why
mirages,
is the air sinking?
inferior mirages.
Right, okay, so it is not the air sinking that bends the light. It is the density gradient created by the sinking or cooling air that changes the refractive index and causes refraction.
Yeah, temperature is the main thing that controls the refractive index.
So it's atmospheric for refraction caused by a vertical gradient in air density and therefore a refractive index.
Yes. There you go, man.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm glad we got somewhere.
Right. Atmospheric refraction. That's what I like to. That's my point. That is my part of my facts and my.
So check this out. Now let's do a little backtrack. Right. The sun warms up the Earth. The sun warms up the Earth's surface, and then the air near the surface, that is the air that gets radiated first. It'll be the warmest air. That is where the light bends down, near the surface, and that's exactly where your line of sight is traveling. It's along the surface. So that's where things are going to bend down.
Hey, I'll show you something, Talon. Have a look in the side chat. Here's a cool little test. Right, so because this person's got, so they've got this little object on the ground, right? So they've just got their flat floor in their house, and they've put this little object on the other side of the room. You can see the yellow at the bottom and the white bit at the top. Oh, now, if you have a look at the red thing on the left, they've got 4 different heights with the temperature reading. So if you have a look, we can see the yellow bit and the white bit. So we've got 19.7 degrees down close to the ground, and then 20 degrees up higher. All right. Now, what they do is they open the door, right? Because it's winter and it's really cold outside. So what they do is they let some air in, some cold air in from outside. All right. So here's the second image. Okay. Now you'll see what happens is the bottom of the yellow thing, right, completely disappears behind the horizon, even though it's a flat floor, right? The bottom of it completely disappears. And now if we have a look at the temperature gauge, now we've got 17.4 degrees close to the ground, very warm, and we've got 10 degrees up higher, right? So the light that's bouncing off the object is bending upward, and it's making it look like the bottom of the object is sinking and missing behind the horizon, even though it's just a flat surface.
Thank you, DJ. Appreciate you.
Cool.
And thank you, Talon. This is a good convo.
All right, it's freaking 5 a.m. here. My wife's going to give me a dirty look when I go slide into bed.
See if there's any other Globers. Any other Globers here? Have a good night.
Catch you guys later.
Have a good one, bro.
See, where's Lats? Lats isn't here.
There are no more Globers. You know why? Because that shit is stupid to believe in.
Aww. You guys kicked. No, it just sucks. He was being rude.
You know there's no globe. That's why there's no Globers.
I love globes.
But shout out to you, man. I'm trying to find the exact article. Let me get this pulled up. Yeah, I got it right here. Boom. This guy thoroughly goes through different types of refraction. If you really want to understand what I'm saying is what this guy fucking did. Right here. Boom.
Opening door. I just love how it's like. I just love some of their shit. It's so stupid.
But do you believe that it's possible to make something appear obstructed bottom up using refraction, like maybe just affecting the medium?
Understanding astronomical refraction. What is astronomical refraction?
Oh, maybe I need to find the exact article I was thinking of. Hold on.
Differentiating the radical.
Oh, yep. Sorry, wrong article. 1 second.
Really?
Andrew Thomas Young has a bunch of stuff. 1 second.
This is.
I think usually the difference is distinguished by light that originates outside the atmosphere versus light that originates from within it.
T-dub.
Like, so, well, not that has originated necessarily, but that is being affected by refraction within the atmosphere. So, like with your terrestrial refraction, where the light's, has an original source, but it's bouncing off things and then affected by the atmosphere, rather than entering through the atmosphere from the vacuum of space and being distorted at that point.
Where's this paper about refraction?
I'm not. You guys have been beautiful. Record Club Jesus loves, especially loves T-Dub the most. It's the most adorable one.
Oh, I found it. Yeah. Took me long enough. All right, y'all. Good looking out.
Has it gone quiet in here, or something wrong with my connection?
Go ahead, Joshua. Syria cook for us.
Oh, go on, what? Oh, just listening in.
Surely you know the topic.
Oh, yeah, by now. I'm just curious, what do you guys think of, like, when you look at, like, Starlink, like, live streams and stuff, and they get to, like, a certain altitude, and then you start seeing, like, the curvature of the Earth?
Close question. Isn't there some TV? That's what I think. About Starlink? What?
Yeah, like, SpaceX, like, live streams their Starlink missions.
Yeah, they live stream the Loch Ness Monster too. So what? Google Nessie on the net. Yeah, Google Nessie on the net. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fake news, but SpaceX is.
Oh yeah, like SpaceX live streaming their Starlink missions. Yeah, that's some fake news.
Well, I'm just asking you, like, for a bit more information.
Yeah,
Do you think
I think it's fake news.
Okay, so the whole company's just pretending to, like, just launch rockets.
Well, how did you get from fake news to the whole company? Like, that's the logical leap.
Wow, maybe you should just expand on your reasoning then. Then I don't have to assert anything.
I use the reasoning that you used for the Loch Ness Monster being fake news.
Right. So what is SpaceX doing? So, like,
I don't know. I don't work there.
Yeah, but you accused them of lying.
No, I said that allegedly live video is fake news. That's what I said.
Right. And people that spread fake news are lying. Would you agree?
Oh, that's what fake news is. It's lying?
Yeah. There's usually probably not people who spread it, but the people who originate the stories.
No, that's not so true because they might not know how that story is going to be used. So they wouldn't be lying. They say, hey, make a freaking video. Okay, I'll make a video. And someone else takes the video and gives it to another person. Another person is another person.
Right.
So
for the case of SpaceX,
I don't have to evaluate the honesty of human beings, okay, to know what the truth is.
Okay.
In fact, that is a foolhardy method.
I'm just asking, like, what do you think? What's the reasoning in your world? Like, why is SpaceX?
How would I know why they do anything?
Well, they're launching, like, satellites up. So and you're saying, like, no,
really?
fake news. And I want to understand your justification behind that. That's what I'm trying to ask.
What's your justification for believing it? Are all claims true unless, like, you have a justification for not believing it? You claim you're just asking questions when you come in here, and I don't believe that. And neither does anybody else.
Well, it's like, for example, if I told you I don't trust doctors, I think they're all con artists or something, and then you'll ask me, "Oh, Josh, why are doctors? Why do you think doctors are like fraudsters?" I'm like, "Why are you asking me questions? Does every claim has to be substantiated?" Like, you can see how it's like a bit annoying.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you. Look, since you want to use doctors as an analogy, okay? So you trust doctors?
Yeah.
Based upon what? Based upon what?
Because they're qualified. We can measure their results if they're effective.
Yeah. So here's a result that's been measured. Okay. Deaths from medical malpractice in the United States is nearly the #1 cause of death. Never mind the prescription medication, which is a whole nother fucking can of worms.
I feel like I've just stepped
So your belief is not based upon actual data; it's just based upon like your feelings. You have no idea what the efficacy of modern medicine is. You have no fucking clue. Not even the slightest. I don't know why you guys bring up medicine as an example, especially in light of the pandemic, dude. It's like literally the dumbest example of trust to ever bring up.
Because usually it's a concrete example. I wasn't expecting you to.
It's a concrete of what? Of being wrong?
I wasn't expecting you to. I don't know what to call it, like medical denialism. I don't even know what we want to call that. And you mentioned the.
Well, it's the stats from the bro. It's the stats from the medical industry themselves, dude. It's not my fucking numbers. Dude, Google
Joshua.
Number of deaths from medical malpractice. Google it right now.
Okay, sure. I'm game. Deaths. Are we looking for the US?
Number of deaths from medical malpractice.
Sure thing.
Joshua, while you're doing that, can you tell me? I just got back here. I don't know what were you guys talking about before that you went into this analogy?
Starlink, and he was trying to make an argument that I need to auto believe what they say.
Oh, okay. Starlink is the argument. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I made the mistake of talking about medical stuff, and I didn't realize I would have to start proving that as well. But in all fairness, I have Googled it. And the first result is McGill's University. The medical error is not the third leading cause of death. I'll have a read.
Yeah. Great. Awesome. One study reported that approximately 400,000 hospitalized patients experience some preventable harm each year. Another estimated greater than 200,000 patients die annually were due to preventable medical errors. That's a bad example to bring up with trust, because you blindly trust them and they kill people, and you're more likely to get killed doing that.
Yeah, but even from what I'm just listening to what you're saying, when we talk about like malpractice or misuse, like it's not like they're actually killing the people. It's like they're probably getting
preventable medical error is killing people.
No, like for example, if the patient did not have any medical care whatsoever, it would probably result in their death. What is probably
you have no idea. There's no justification. You have no justification to say that. None. None whatsoever. Post the statistics that that supports any of that. You can't, because those statistics don't exist. Because if they did exist, nobody would go to the doctor ever.
Did you post an argument about Starlink, Joshua? I'm just.
Well, he wanted me to justify why. He's like, well, can you tell me how you know what they're doing is fake? I said, or why I don't trust them. Like, I want to know why I should trust them in the first place. And then he used doctors as an analogy. Fucking worst analogy ever.
I know. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so you should come up with something better, Joshua. You got anything better? Is this supposed to be your proof of globe or what?
Well, I just wanted to know, because we know that Starlink works, so you can connect to it, and we have GPS, and we have like a live stream of a rocket going up, deploying the satellites, and I just wanted to know what his opinion was. And
yeah, we have a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster, and witnesses, and all sorts of shit. So what?
Yeah, but I would imagine there's more witnesses and probably more substantial evidence to rockets flying up than Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah, but you don't see them go to space, dude. You see a rocket take a parabolic arc to the horizon. That's what people on the ground see when they see a rocket launch. You know that, right? So there's what you imagine, like what you're imagining in your head of what actually happens, then what actually happens. Those two things don't touch each other. Okay, because what you see if you film a rocket launch, you'll see the rocket take a parabolic arc and disappear at the horizon. The same way a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile, a medium-range ballistic missile does, a short-range ballistic missile does, they would all look identical.
They're doing that to get into an orbit. That's why they take
yeah, that's a cool story. Except for no one's ever observed an orbit. Ever.
I mean, that's not true. Like,
ever.
I'm sure there's an app you can go on where you can see like what satellites are passing over your
Grand
area.
Theft Auto. Yeah, I can go on Grand Theft Auto. There's an app.
Excuse me.
I mean, like you could see with your own eyes. Like, for example, like you could see Starlink satellites go overhead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they in space?
Yeah, I would say they're in space. But...
Why? Why would you say they're in space? Is it from the visual evidence or is it from the story you're told?
The reason why they're in space is because if they were in the atmosphere...
Hey, you can't answer a question, dude. This is getting old.
Drag. Hang on, I was at middle speaking. The reason why they're in space...
I said, is it from the visual evidence or from the story you're told? That you're basing it, your evaluation that they're in space.
Well, you immediately say story being told. Like I
Yeah, because if you just saw lights in the sky, right, you wouldn't go, those are in space.
Okay. So what's your explanation for why these light dots go across the sky?
You don't need an explanation.
I don't fucking need an explanation, man. Why would I need one?
Well, I'm saying, oh, it's X. And you're saying it's not X.
What?
So I'm like, okay,
no,
well,
what I'm saying is, you're saying it's X. I'm saying you have no evidence it's X other than hearsay.
Hey, you know what's wild, Indio? When he talks about rockets going over the curve to get into orbit, those same rockets, Elon will show a rocket going straight up and falling straight back down. So why does it go over the curve?
Yeah, that's weird.
He has self-landing rockets, so when he goes up, he deploys the satellite, so he's in orbit. And then what he does is he deorbits the rocket and then goes back.
Listen, dude, how do you know any of that? Let me ask you, how do you know any of that? Would you know any of that unless you were told?
Well, there's more than told. Like,
no, I'm asking you, would you know any of that unless somebody... Okay, I'm going to ask you the question again, and you're going to answer this time. Would you know any of that if you weren't told that story?
Oh,
no, you wouldn't. That he shoots rockets up and straight up in the air, and they come straight back down. He shoots them up so they go into orbit. Blah blah blah. That whole story you just told. What is that based on? You heard somebody say something and you believed it.
Hang on, this is how information works. We share information.
Yeah, great. And I'm sharing information with you. That you simply believe the fantastic stories of strangers and I don't. Okay? That's where the rub is. I don't have to prove or demonstrate or justify why I don't believe the fantastic claims of strangers. It's up to the strangers to provide evidence for their claims. Not hearsay stories, not a bunch of bullshit. You know what? He could go up and he could film the fucking satellites from the moon, right? So do that.
Yeah, but when you ask for evidence and I show you evidence, you
didn't show me evidence. You showed me claims. You showed me claims, dude.
Hang on. If I get a word in edgeways,
yeah, but claims are not evidence. You're mischaracterizing what you've shown. You've shown claims.
All right, I'll link. It's straight from the SpaceX website. Like that's one of the.
Oh boy, that seems credible. Self-serving claims from the people in question. That seems like a good source of information.
I mean, I address your information whenever you send me pictures. I think it's just as fair.
The information, there's a difference between the information I give and you give. I give empirical evidence. You give stories. Right? Shit you've seen on the screen and the story behind it, you happen to believe. You know, I'm sure if SpaceX told you the movie Gravity was fucking real and it's a documentary, you'd believe that too.
In order to
yeah, you can't even address that because you know it's true. You think that Star Wars is a documentary?
No, it's very much in the fictional realm. So
how do you know that, dude? What if they claimed it was real?
I would highly doubt it.
Why?
They do say it was in a galaxy far, far away in a time long ago, so it could be history.
Why would you doubt it?
Because you can. I mean, it's completely documentaries of like the making of Star Wars, and even the people themselves. It's like is part of a movie franchise.
What if that was disinformation? What if that was fake news? That like those documentaries about making Star Wars, they were all fake.
Well, then, if I was going to, then I would have to engage with the premise, wouldn't I? I would actually have to understand what the claim is.
Yeah. And then the point you're deflecting from the point. If you were 5 years old and just saw Star Wars and they claimed it was fucking real, you'd believe it was real. That's a fact of the matter.
The problem
you just believe anything that anybody says on the image. You happen to think that they're in a position of authority. You're a total cock.
This is just insults and.
Yeah, that's right. That's what that was. At least you didn't call it a straw, or you didn't call it an ad hoc.
I didn't call it an ad hoc. I'm just saying that's that's just an insult.
The fact of the matter is this: is that people that you deem as authorities could show you anything and you'd believe it. You have no standard at which you would not believe it, unless you do. Like if SpaceX made some claim, at what point would you not believe it? What if they said they made like a teleporter where you could teleport to the moon? Would you believe that?
The difference between me and you is like...
Why can't you answer the question?
I am answering the question. If they said a teleporter, I would ask for evidence, and then I would see the evidence, and then I would judge for myself.
And then you would see the evidence.
I can see the evidence of the rockets going up.
Here's their evidence.
Down.
They have a split screen camera
on my phone or the internet connection. So I can see in real time like what's going on.
You don't know it's real time. The only reason you think it's real time is they said it's real time.
Do you use a GPS on your phone?
So check this out. Here's how your evidence for the teleporter. They broadcast the video, 10, 9, 8. So you have a container, and there's a person inside of it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the other side of it, in the split screen on the other side, boom, you see the person over there, and he's not in. And what they actually did was just swap the video sides, right? The left becomes the right of the split screen, and the right becomes the left of the split screen. And they teleported him to the moon. There's your video evidence. Right. Now SpaceX invented a teleporter.
Right, and we would evaluate those claims. We would have independent verification.
Oh, what's the independent verification of SpaceX?
Yeah, exactly. There's lots of media outlets that would...
media outlets that use SpaceX as the source of their information.
Verify SpaceX.
Dude, SpaceX PR department told the media outlets, dude, this is like what who did this shit during the Gulf War? Cheney. The source was Cheney. He tells the reporter reports it, then he goes on the news and then cites the reporter as confirming what he said when he was the source of what the reporter said.
Sure, this is why we have independent...
These tricks don't work, bro.
And multiple outlets.
Oh, yeah. All coming from the same original source, SpaceX.
No, SpaceX...
You realize SpaceX is a private company.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, they're a private company. Inside is a black box. Nobody knows what they're doing.
Okay.
We do know that there's over 400 government agencies coordinating with SpaceX. Do you know how we know this?
They have government contracts with NASA, I am aware.
Okay, do you know how we know this, though? Because Elon Musk went in front of Congress, swore on the Bible, and said, we have 400 government agencies working with us.
Working with?
SpaceX.
I don't think he controls the government, and I don't think the government controls all of the media outlets.
Oh, my Lord. Who said anything even remotely resembling Elon Musk controlling anything?
You were hinting at it.
No.
Yeah.
I said... No. What I said was, Elon Musk confirmed that SpaceX, for all practical purposes, is not separate from the government. But unlike the government that you can FOIA and get information from, you can't get FOIA SpaceX's information and get anything out of there.
Yeah, SpaceX is under no obligation to share anything with the public as a private company.
I'm not just...
And they have no obligation to tell the truth. They have no obligation whatsoever to tell the truth at all.
So would you find it satisfying if you did do the teleporter experimentation and multiple outlets were to record it and examine it?
I wouldn't believe it.
Okay, then so the issue isn't SpaceX. You don't trust the outlets at all, then?
How are you independently verifying this?
No, dude. Claims are not evidence, dude. Do you realize? Okay, really simply, do you understand that claims are not evidence?
When I talk about news outlets, I'm talking about recordings.
Evidence.
I'm talking about recordings.
News outlets are news outlets make claims. They don't provide evidence.
News outlets often report the news from some kind of source. Sometimes the source is in the outlet, sometimes it's not. Depending on like what article you're reading.
Okay. And a thing like SpaceX, do they got like free reign? Is it like free reporting? Where they're like, hey, here you go. Let's see your pass. Here's an ID. See you later. And they just go wherever they want and do whatever they want and just like report?
No, but they do have interviews.
Yeah, that's right. What they see and what they report is controlled by SpaceX themselves.
I don't think you care about that because you've already said that you don't trust the outlet. So even if they did allow full reign,
no, I didn't say
you still
that.
wouldn't trust them.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So you would trust some outlets then?
No, that's not what I listen. If you're trying to oversimplify things and turn this into a childlike argument, dispute.
It's either you do or you don't.
You're just saying I don't trust the outlets or I do. Okay, I don't go by trust to evaluate truth. Okay, what they say might be true, it might not be true. I say I don't know until I have actual evidence that can be tested.
Do you trust anyone? Like if someone gave you a piece of information?
Certainly don't trust you.
I'm not asking you to trust me. Say like another flat earther came to you and said, we've done another laser experiment.
No, I would not trust them. No.
Okay.
I don't automatically trust shit.
So does this mean you have to like verify like every single claim, every like...
If you want to claim you know something, yes.
Okay.
So I know it's really hard. I know it's very, very hard to actually think critically about things and make nuanced and particular decisions about what you know and don't know and what's a belief and what's not a belief, and having the courage to say, I really don't know. I could adopt that, but then I would only be believing it and I wouldn't know. And I just like running around as if it's truth would be deluding myself. So you don't know that there's satellites in space. You believe it to be so. You're running around saying you know the truth, but that statement is actually you just deluding yourself. You've decided to convert belief into truth because you like it.
I can see evidence for my claims where you're just saying I'm just trusting inaccurate sources.
There was a lot of evidence that all swans were white until they found a black swan. You know that, right?
I'm not familiar with that example, but sure.
Okay, so in Australia, swans are black. And the theory was all swans are white. And they looked for white swans, and that's all they ever found. So they were like, man, I got lots of evidence all swans were white. They must be white. And then they went to Australia, and they found a black swan. So they found, as soon as they found one black swan, all that positive evidence meant nothing. Okay? This is how actual inquiry works. This is how actual inquiry works. Confirmational evidence does not tell you anything. It's the attempt to falsify it that tells you something.
Well, even with your like swan example, all it took was a confirmed evidence.
It's Karl Popper's example. It's not mine.
Hang on. So it's like new information. So it's like we've acquired new information. There's no conspiracy to cover up this information. This information is shared. Now we know that not all swans are white. With the space situation, you're a bit more of a difficult situation because you already have rockets that are going up. So there is no like black swan. They're already doing it. So the next thing you'll have to do is to explain like why are those rockets fake or however you want to claim that.
No, they're real rockets.
Okay.
The only question, are they doing what they claim they're doing with them? That's the only question.
Cool. Okay, I feel like I'm.
And whether we are capable of even evaluating that claim, right? Which we're not. Because
let me try something real quick.
Hold on. Just let me finish. You can go right after me, Sheep, I promise. So, a medium range ballistic missile, which goes 500 miles, would look visually identical. You have no way to know from watching a rocket launch if it goes to space, if it goes 500 miles away, 200 miles away, 100 miles away. You can't tell. So the question is, can you even evaluate it for truth? And that answer is a big fat no.
Sounds like 6
Why
months
asking questions? Why are you asking questions that you think you have the answers to? Why don't you just make your claim? Or are you afraid of your claim?
Because you can't. Why are you dodging the question? You guys love
Dude,
to ask questions.
You've got the claim about it. Why don't you just make it?
But you can't answer them. Just answer
brother, they model a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth. That's the model they use to predict the sun. Is a flat Earth model.
Antarctica has a 24-hour sun, bro.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Whatever it has, they use the flat Earth to predict that.
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, they use the flat Earth to predict it.
How does that answer the question?
Okay. They use... are you dense? When you go look on time and date, and you put in whatever, like, McMurdo Station, and it says the sun is 23 degrees above the horizon all day. That math is a flat Earth math. It's not a globe math. You actually don't have a way to predict a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so basically you can't answer the question.
I did answer the question. You have to play pretend that I didn't.
No, that doesn't tell me how.
Everybody heard it. It's recorded. Everybody heard my answer, dude. You have to play pretend.
Your answer was that they use a flat Earth approximation, which is fine.
It's not an approximation. It's not an approximation at all.
Okay.
You have azimuth and elevation angle of the sun. The mathematics used to do that is not on the globe.
You lose
at all.
You can't answer the question.
Weren't you the one that was blowing the mathematics penis minutes ago?
He left.
Was he stoned or something?
Wait, so why don't you guys like my portal?
Dude, no one cares about portals, man.
Yeah, but it's a good theory.
No, it's not a theory. It's not even a hypothesis. It's untestable. How would you test it, dude?
I guess you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. So go back to Imagination Land of Narnia or something. I don't know what to tell you.
But just because something's untestable doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Correct. I can't test that you'll never get laid, but it's probably true.
Got him.
We fucking got him.
So what's the alternative hypothesis as to why they're witnessed the 24-hour sun?
What do you mean a hypothesis? They witnessed it. What do you mean? I mean, why? Because they went to a place where it was. That's why. We know the cause. They went there.
Right, but how does that fit on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? The Earth is flat because we measure it flat, and they went to a place and observed the 24-hour sun. We use a model of flat Earth that predicts when they will happen. Like, what else do you want?
If there's no measurable Earth curve, like if you go out there and look and you can't find measurable curve consistently on a regular basis, and it appears flat, it's used as flat, it measures flat, so whatever's happening in the sky then could only happen over a flat Earth.
You know, the guy that did that, Will Duffy, admitted that the sun doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. You know, he admitted that, right, in a debate.
Right, but from my understanding, the 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere.
You don't have a hemisphere. Well, that your understanding. Just listen. Can you prove it's impossible?
Well, it depends on the nature of the sun, and
that's not. Oh, really?
And I suppose the shape or the position of the Antarctic continent.
Really? How do you know any of this? Because you're presupposing a relationship between the sun and the earth that's purely geometric. And thinking that, hey, if I draw this orthographic frickin' space disk and have a sun out there somewhere, oh, it doesn't work on my frickin' orthographic view. We don't see things in an orthographic view. We see things in a projective view. So we look at the sun. You guys try to go from looking at the sun and seeing it and jump outside and astral project yourself far, far away. And look, does this make sense from here, though? We don't see it from there. We don't see it from space. We see it from Earth.
So what I'm gathering is that there's no consensus on why there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Consensus? What do you mean why? Like what causes it?
Yeah, how is it visible? Like on a 20 on a
what does that mean? What do you mean how is it visible? It's visible. What do you mean how?
Yeah, I mean because
Earth curve.
Because it doesn't fit the the little animation.
Measurable Earth curve.
You mean it doesn't fit the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you ever seen that animation of the sun going around like a circular Earth, right? And then it so it doesn't fit that particular model. So then we'd have to come up with another model where it does.
Who's gonna tell him?
We have to come up with another model. First of all, that's not a model. That's just a visual representation. Something you guys can't even make. It's just a visual representation. It's not meant to show the sun position. No map exists which shows what the sun would look like from any particular place on Earth. Period. There's no 3D model. It's not stellarium. Nothing. And you're like, hey man, where's your map that shows where the sun is from that place? That map doesn't exist. It can't exist. It doesn't exist in a globe form or any other form. These models of the sun are observer-centric. That means the model must exist from the viewpoint of the observer, not outside of it. What is so hard to understand about this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious if anyone had come up with a plausible theory for it, but if not, that's fine too. It's
what do you mean a plausible theory? I'd say, how would we even test it?
Well, just like an explanation.
Like you have a hypothesis.
Oh, it's a cool story. He wants a cool story. Well, I'll give you a cool story. I'll give him a cool story. He wants a cool story. It's going to have just as much evidence as cool. Yeah, I mean, it'll have as much evidence as his story does. It's not a fucking thing, but I'll make one up. Okay, there's leprechauns, and every once in a while, the fucking leprechauns get drunk and spin in a circle, and when they do, their magic makes the sun circle anywhere you're standing on ice. There you go. There's your explanation. Now, we're going to compare evidence. We're going to compare the evidence of the globe explanation versus mine. Give us the globe explanation evidence.
Let's see here. Evidence.
Yeah, that the globe explanation is the correct explanation of the 24-hour sun. And then I'm going to give the evidence, my magic elf explanation is the correct explanation. But you can go first.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I guarantee we give the same evidence. Nothing.
Well, I don't know specifically evidence, but I do know that they've modeled it in a way that
no. I already told you that they don't model it with a globe; they model it with a flat Earth. I already told you that.
Well, I'm saying if you put a,
I already told you that, dude. Post the globe model of the 24-hour sun in the chat. The math. Post it in the chat. I want it to be able to make predictions of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Go.
I can find an animation of it.
No. You said a model.
Yeah, I can
not a toy. Yeah, we already did the explanations. I gave my explanation, and now we're looking for the evidence of which explanation is correct.
The model would be whatever model Time and Date uses.
Okay,
or,
so you've moved from explanations to descriptions. But the description we use is a flat Earth description, not a globe description.
We know the globe description is correct.
There isn't one.
Yeah, there is. What do you mean?
Okay, post it in the chat. The math. The math that like Time and Date uses, timeanddate.com or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, post that math in the chat right now.
Part of the globe model.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're just ignorant, just like this guy.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I must use a globe because I've always believed that, so it's got to be true. It doesn't use a globe.
The globe model accounts for the 24-hour sun, sir.
Okay, then post it in the chat.
It requires axial
Then
tilt.
post it in the chat. Stop talking to me. Post it in the chat. All the mathematics. Post it in the chat. All the mathematics.
I'll post
McToon couldn't do it. You sure as fuck can't. So post it in the chat.
I'll do a Wikipedia.
No, not Wikipedia. The formulas.
What do you mean?
The formulas that use a globe to predict a 24-hour sun.
There's no formula, dude. It's part of the model.
Isn't the model a mathematical model?
No.
No?
Behind it, but it'd be a little difficult to find. I think there's a GitHub repo for the math. I can try to look it up.
It uses the equation of time. There's no globe in there.
Draggers tonight, Indio.
Yeah, that's quite the argument. You don't know what you're talking about as usual, twonger. So we've already been down this road, us flat earthers, with you guys. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. They should have looked how the 24-hour sun is actually predicted in reality before they went there thinking anything. But they didn't decide to check. They just happened to believe in their heads. They made it up in their heads. Well, 24-hour sun, that's a globe prediction because it must be. Because I saw a diagram in fucking 3rd grade. Okay, so your diagram is not a model. It's just a representation of an idea. But the actual model of that predicts it, the description, a descriptive prediction using mathematics of where the sun will be, doesn't have a globe in it. Well, no, Earth globe. It's an observer-centric model. You're at a point at the origin of the coordinates. The other spatial reference is the celestial equator, and that's it. There's no globe. You just thought there was. Sorry that you're wrong. Now, let's get back to elves versus spinning ball. So I want to hear the evidence for your prediction of elves or spinning ball. I got the elves. And after you give your evidence that that's the cause of, the 24-hour sun, then I'll give mine that the elves is the cause of the 24-hour sun. We're going to have the same evidence. So I already know it.
Yeah, so I saw a video a year or two ago or something that posted the math behind it, but I can't remember how to find that video.
Okay, it's called the equation of time. It's easy to look up. You can look at the formulas even on Wikipedia. You can go to the U.S. Naval Observatory. You can go to Time and Date. You can go to SunCalc. You can go under these places. They all use the equation of time. It looks like this. I'll post the freaking diagram in the chat. So this is the geometry of the equation of time. See how there's variables? Angle theta, azimuth angle phi, horizon, right? Okay, this is a model. Your little cartoon is not. So this is how they predict where the sun will be, okay?
I see.
Precise definition of the equation of time. Quantities occurring in this equation are EOT, the time difference between a parent solar time and mean solar time, GHA, the Greenwich hour angle of the apparent actual sun. Okay. If you get deeper into it, it's just where the sun is relative to the celestial equator and the time of year, and that's how they used to predict it. Has nothing to do with what you're standing on. And even if it did, that would be a description. You're trying an explanation. And even if you had a mathematical model that quote unquote describes it, you couldn't tell if that model was true anyway, because other models could make the exact same predictions. Right? And then you'd be stuck with which model is actually physically real. And then you'd be back to the explanation phase, which is where you are right now, which I'm asking for the evidence that the explanation is true, and you're balking, dude.
So why is it that as you go north and south across the equator, it kind of the sun mirrors?
What's the equator?
Zero latitude or something?
What's that?
I dare you to look up the definition of the equator.
Fuck, dude.
I dare you to look up the definition of equator.
The entire latitude coordinate system is in the sky. This is like a repeating thickened theme. I'm actually getting kind of sick of it at this point. You know that, right? That latitude and longitude are based upon the sky. They're not based upon any ground components. You can't find, using solely the ground, what your latitude and longitude is. You need the so-called celestial sphere. And that's where they make the prediction of the sun, is where it appears within the celestial sphere. Has nothing to do with the ground. None of the equation has anything to do with the ground. Now, y'all have a cool story explanation that does not have any evidence for it.
So it's a celestial sphere, not a solar
system. Shut up, dude.
What are you claiming that latitude and longitude are based on?
Sky.
What are you claiming they're based on?
So that's not a claim. It's how it is.
It is. Literally is. But continue.
Oh, it is. Then tell me how you find latitude and longitude without looking at the sky. You can only use the ground. Nothing else.
Longitude are coordinate systems used to pinpoint locations on Earth based on angles relative to the angular Earth center and reference meridian.
Yeah, that's cool. If that was true, then you'd be able to find it using the Earth. Now find your latitude and longitude. Now find your latitude and longitude using the Earth. Just the Earth. You're lost in the woods.
You're lost. Geometry. Fucking Greeks figured this shit out, dude. They knew the Earth was fucking around.
It's math, it's geography, it's science, it's logic, it's buzzwords.
They love their Greeks. They love their Greeks so much.
Yeah, you guys doing it. Oh, I can't say that. Fuck.
Backtrack.
So backtrack. Here's your challenge. Find your latitude and longitude, but you can't use anything in the sky. You can only use the ground.
That's what they do.
They use just the ground.
They use angles relative to the Earth's center and a reference meridian.
How would they measure that? Okay, how do they measure that? How do they measure the angle relative to the Earth's center? You're on the surface. You're lost in the woods. Measure the angle to the Earth's center. Lost in the woods.
That's not how you get out.
Now it's not how you do it. Amazing.
You fucking retard. First off, that's just a bad fucking analogy, okay? Can you give me a better fucking analogy? I'm not gonna fucking answer that bullshit.
It was your definition.
Analogy, you fucking retard.
It was your definition.
Not even an analogy. It's literally what you said is happening. It's not even an analogy. Boy, you're stupid.
Yeah. So
you're spiraling too, because you're low IQ.
Well, I mean, look, they used to say it.
We asked me to look it up, and I'm looking up, bitch. So shut the fuck up and let me do it. You asked me to look it up, and I'm doing it. So I'm doing it. What do you ask me?
Why are you
100% single mom behavior, dude?
You listed some stupid shit.
Yeah, just go on mute, bro. You were obviously raised by a single mom, and you had siblings, and they all have different last names.
So you mentioned a celestial sphere, but I thought it was a dome.
What do you mean?
Is it a celestial sphere or is it a celestial dome?
The mathematics is a celestial sphere, so it's a model of a celestial sphere that rotates around you.
And
but
do you
it's
agree with that?
observer-centric, so you're always at the center of it, no matter where you are.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's based off of your perspective.
Well, I agree with it, but it's a model. It doesn't represent any. It's not physically real.
Is it? But does it make accurate predictions?
Yeah. So what?
So, like, wouldn't a sphere
Epicycles make accurate predictions? You know what those are? We use lots of concepts and ideas to make accurate predictions, but there's no ultimate reality there. They're just mathematical models.
Well, I mean, you can map out the stars yourself if you traveled the world, and you could see that it is in fact a sphere, right? Because like the constellations and stuff.
Okay.
That's looking at the sky, dude.
Yeah, where'd you get the sphere part?
Yeah, you said you'd see the Earth as a sphere.
Like if you keep going past Australia and, you know, swim past Antarctica and go to like, you know, Buenos Aires or something, it's going to wrap back around. You know, it's not like there's no like cutoff point where you can't see past.
How do you know it wraps back around?
Well, I've never personally sailed that way, but I would assume that would be the case, right?
Well, how are you going to sail over Antarctica? Though it's kind of odd that if you look at marinetracker.com, for some reason there's boats 500 miles inland. But that's either here nor there.
Well, you wouldn't sail through, but you'd like sail around it, and you'd still see the sky, right? So like you could pinpoint like, oh, the constellation's here, and now it's there.